Chapter 10. The next incident which happened that I'd like to draw the reader's attention to began on Mars, like so many before it and so many more after it. It was dinner time, and Kyle and several others had just walked in and sat at the table, all having had their spirits lifted at the glass hub, from which they'd snatched a top-quality bottle of Corleone, which was being passed around. The mood was excellent overall at the start. I believe the incident occurred sometime in 1995, though it's difficult to calculate. Things shifted when Kyle received a transmission, not on his wrist computer, but to somewhere in the computer part of his brain through a company uplink direct from Arasaka headquarters. It was a function whose existence Kyle had only been peripherally aware of and which had never been activated before now. The information in the transmission was incredibly shocking and left Kyle in a stunned silence. His eyes roamed the table and he saw that Surabaya was also sitting in stunned silence. One of his many augments must have been a similar uplink implant from his employers. Uncle Kyle, are you all right? You look as if you've seen a ghost. Chang, who sat at Kyle's left, asked concernedly, bringing Kyle back to reality. Kyle stood and addressed the Medusas. Kyle, sorry to cut the fun short, but I think it's best we turn on the television. Surabaya stood and moved to follow this directive, still looking rather dazed as he wordlessly left the room. Max, what the fuck is going on, Dad? The Medusas followed Surabaya and Kyle's lead into the living room of the Eagle's Claw, where Surabaya at last switched on the television. Within seconds, a news report cut in over the regular scheduled film which was playing. The middle-aged blonde woman reporter stared at her teleprompter, visibly shocked as she gave the report. Newscast. This is just in. We are receiving a confirmed report that Shinji Arasaka, owner of cybernetics giant Arasaka Robotics, has been declared as permanently dead after an apparent suicide in his office in Arasaka Tower, New Munich. More details to come, and may he rest in peace. Our hearts go out to all the Arasaka family. Long live the Emperor, Harune barely whispered, before being crowded by an uncharacteristically affectionate Max which brought a slight smile to Kyle's face. Well, holy fucking shit, Jack said briskly. Back to business as usual until we receive orders. Nods went up all around, the shock beginning to wear off for most. Kyle went straight for Harune. Kyle. Are you all right, little boy Blue? Harune shrugged, then smiled. Harune, fuck him, right? He didn't raise me. That's my boy, Kyle said, patting Harune on the shoulder. Come have some more Corleone. The evening resumed, of course now somewhat more subdued, until the orders inevitably came pouring in. Surabaya was first, receiving a message via wrist computer that he was to be at New Berlin Spaceport for pickup in 6 hours, by any means necessary, no questions asked. I suppose I'd better pack up and get there then, Surabaya said with his signature carefree grin and chuckle. I'll fly him over in one of the shuttles, David said, standing. No, Joshie will. Kyle cut in. We may need you to take us all on Prometheus before you get back. And so, after Surabaya had packed his weapons and a few changes of clothing, he and Joshie left. The others simply waited, knowing instinctively that it was a matter of time. They were correct. Perhaps 2 hours passed before the Eagle's Claw's AI alerted the Medusas that they were being contacted, and so once again they rushed to the television. They were greeted by Emmerman's face. Emmerman, greetings. I trust you've all heard about the tragedy of Arasaka-sama's death? To Kyle's surprise, he caught just the tiniest crack in Emmerman's visage. He was genuinely sad at the loss of a man who was no doubt one of his oldest friends, a sadness he hadn't even shown at the death of Andrew, his own grandson. We've heard, sir, Jack said. What are our orders? That's what I like to hear, Emmerman said approvingly. I'm sending pickup to you before the funeral. It's a Martian week from tomorrow. Kyle, I have a specific assignment. Kyle, assignment, sir? To do what? Emmerman. I'm sending someone you're to protect. Michiko-Seng and her husband. Harune. Michiko, what the fuck does she have to do with this? Kyle. Slow down. Who is she? Emmerman. Shinji's daughter. He disowned her many years ago, long story. I'm sending her to keep the heiress apparent on her metaphorical toes. Kyle, you're to keep her and her husband alive while they're at the funeral. Understood? Kyle. As good a way to pass the time as any, I suppose. And the others? Emmerman. Nothing special. No, that's not true. Jack, I'll expect you by my side in full dress uniform. You'll find the uniform in your hotel room. The rest of you either bring your best clothes or see the hotel stylist. Over and out. I guess we better be getting things ready, Kyle said. I've never met Michiko, Harune said, almost more to himself than anyone. She was disowned before I was born. This'll be an interesting weekend, Kovacs said, a remark that she likely had no idea of the eventual accuracy of. Yes, it will, Jack said. I want everyone watching each other. The week passed remarkably quickly, leaving the Medusas feeling rather underprepared for the arrivals that inevitably came. But come they did, in the form of 3 of Emmerman's usual rectangular shuttles, descending to the beach where Prometheus was parked. The shuttles landed with their back doors facing the Medusas, who stood lined up, their bags in hand, waiting for the back doors to open as usual. As it turned out, 2 of the craft were empty, and the last was occupied by a young-looking couple. The man was fairly tall, with a thick, close-cropped beard, and fairly unmistakably Chinese. The woman was short, Japanese, and an ethereal beauty, looking rather like a living porcelain doll. Those'll be mine, Kyle said briskly. Harune, come with me. And the rest of us dispersed to those 2 other ships, Jack said, and so it went. Kyle and Harune went to the ship where stood Michiko and her husband, who introduced herself as Angus Tang. I'm glad to meet you, Michiko-san, Harune said. I'm your younger brother. Michiko exclaimed, bowing and extending her hand. What is your name? I'm Harune, Harune said. He disowned me too a while ago. And so during the flight of several hours, Harune and Michiko talked. They chose to not be overly emotional in the typical Japanese way, but Kyle could tell that they both valued the meeting, and it was good for Harune to find someone who shared his scars. How did you meet her anyway? Kyle asked Angus once as they stood aside, giving Harune and Michiko space. Angus, my mother was some sort of slave for the family. She never said what kind, I didn't ask. But Michiko and I played together as children, and in university she tracked me down and we married, in spirit if not in law, and I think you know the rest. I'm not your enemy, Kyle said, but I think I understand your hesitancy. You might not be, Angus said, but your creator is. I don't need one of your kind to protect my wife. And yet, Kyle said with a pedantic smile, I'm all you have. And that is a bad thing, Mr. Delchau, Angus said, returning the pedantic smile. Soon enough the ship arrived. Apparently jumping to the star system wasn't allowed, and nor was private landing, as an announcement came over the ship's intercom that they were landing once again at Mearsheimer Tower Spaceport, where Kyle had first landed when picking up Harune. I never thought I'd see this place again, Harune muttered. Neither did I, Michiko said, outstretching both her hands, one of which was taken by her husband, the other by Harune, as the ship's door began opening. Keep holding hands, Kyle said, switching to protector mode, and stay huddled around me. We find the group, you 3 get right in the middle. The rest of us will make a meat shield while we proceed. Got it? Got it, Michiko, Harune, and Angus echoed, and the 4 exited the craft, Kyle in front, looking fairly intimidating in his favorite flight jacket and round black sunglasses, his .357 Magnum just out of sight under the jacket, and a pair of KA bars in their sheaths on his belt. The ship fully opened, and Kyle, Harune, Michiko, and Angus unloaded, finding themselves on one of the megalithic landing pads branching off of Mearsheimer Tower to the side of the city of New Munich. The pad, as it turned out, was quite crowded, both with ships and with bodies. The other 2 Emmerman shuttles stood at either side of the one which Kyle and company had flown in, and without needing to be told, the Medusas huddled to cover Harune, Michiko, and Angus, forming the meat shield Kyle had spoken of. Where are we going, anyways? Kovac asked. The sun is terrible. I'd forgotten how harsh it can get, Michiko said, after taking a brief glance at the blue giant in the sky. Focus, people, Jack gently reprimanded. We go through customs, then meet the old man at the bottom of the tower. And don't look too obvious, Kyle added. We're just some assholes here to pay our respects to the fallen, like everyone else around. With that, the entire group turned, setting off for the entrance to Mearsheimer Tower, which was thankfully within walking distance, as the landing pad the Medusas had ended up on was directly adjacent to the tower entrance, making it unnecessary to take the monorails which connected the web of further pads. They walked in loose formation, with Harune, Michiko, and Angus staying in the center as instructed. At least they know how to follow orders. Kyle and no doubt all the Medusas thought, with some slight relief. Do you think this Angus fellow would mind handing her over for a night? Max asked Kyle in a telepathic whisper as they walked, and Kyle couldn't suppress a slight snicker. The group reached the customs gate, or rather the conveyor belt around the perimeter of the central light well of Mearsheimer Tower, conveying one from formality to formality. First everyone was searched, and their weapons confiscated, followed by a DNA check, or in Kyle's case, a scan of his serial number. Kyle did note a distinctive lack of any kind of disdain for synthetics as he'd witnessed in so many other places. Here, he was put through customs without comment or expectation of ownership. The group's weapons were also returned without much fuss once they were declared. No doubt Emmerman had prearranged it. Eventually, the Medusas and their charges reached the elevators, and then the atrium and transit station on the ground floor, where one could access both trains into the city or board private craft, the latter of which were on the single landing pad which surrounded this level. Emmerman and Georg stood near to the bank of elevators, ready to greet the group as they exited. Michiko, you made it! I haven't seen you in person since you were a little girl, Emmerman exclaimed. I suppose not, Herr Emmerman. I'd like to know why I'm here, and putting myself and my husband at risk, Michiko said. Kyle admired her directness to authority. All in good time, Emmerman said. Now let's get you all to your hotel. With Emmerman present, Kyle and the others felt safe to relax and play tourist. Not even an Arasaka assassin would be bold enough to attack someone in Emmerman's party. All around the atrium level of the spaceport, in addition to the usual tourist fare of tour packages, cameras, transit card machines, and the like being on offer, the space was full of flower sellers, most of them displaying large pictures of Shinji Sr. The man was beloved by all those who never met him, by Kyle's estimation. And it wasn't difficult to imagine why. Practically the entire population of New Munich seemed to have benefited from Arasaka wealth, and to have bought Arasaka products. Everywhere one looked, one saw people with tiny but still visible cybernetic enhancements, small hearing aid-like devices wired into their skulls, eyes which, on close inspection, were of colors non-existent naturally, much like Kyle's, and so forth, not to mention innumerable Arasaka PX, which every young person seemed glued to. A real company town, Joshi observed, taking it all in. The group, led by Emmerman, reached the large outside landing pad, which was quite littered with craft. Kyle noticed a high propensity of the type of craft which had first conveyed him to the Arasaka estate, namely crafts made to resemble a fly, whose eyes were windows out. There were other designs too, lacewings, moths, and beetles. As ever, Emmerman subtly but unmistakably stood out, as his craft was larger than the rest and was designed to look like a dragonfly, the only such design present. Even more surprising was his pilot, a tall green alien who stood to greet the group, introducing herself by her call sign, Tannenbaum. Tannenbaum here is an Arcturian, Emmerman explained. Quite inexplicably, Kyle felt a certain movement in his pants when he shook hands with Tannenbaum, and after a quick glance around he saw the other men attempting, in the usually virtually invisible way known to all men, to adjust or cover their crotches. As Tannenbaum was decidedly not Kyle's type, he guessed that Arcturians must secrete some variety of pheromone which human, even synthetic human men, must be unable to resist. Right then, Emmerman said with a wink to the group, then turning to Tannenbaum, to the Hyperborea Hotel, take the scenic route. Yes, sir, Tannenbaum said, returning to the flight console. The Medusas took their seats, which were very soft and comfortable, and abundant enough for all to have a window seat, taking in New Munich. Kyle did so with much curiosity. On his 2 earlier visits, he'd seen very little of the colony proper. Kyle's impression of the colony at first glance was that it showed the best of both German and Japanese engineering. The buildings were mostly in the traditional styles of Bavaria and Japan, save their size. Kyle marveled at the skyscrapers of stone with stepped Bavarian roofs and Japanese pagodas rising hundreds of stories. This was intercut with more normal-sized building and more futuristic buildings, which included the monstrous sailfin-shaped glass building that was Arasaka Tower, denoted by the red holographic sign which surrounded it. Arasaka Robotics, the impossible is the today, the sign read. It was a hell of a tagline, Kyle thought to himself. Indeed, neon holographic signage was everywhere in the colony, advertising everything from hotels to gene therapy clinics to technological devices of all kinds, including many implants, and once a sign for a brothel staffed exclusively by synthetics. Its tagline was, "We can't say no." Even in the morning, these signs were bright. Kyle looked forward to seeing them at night. One district was seemingly a world away from the others. This district was made up partly of 20 artificial above-ground lakes about a mile square each, and several dozen giant skyscrapers, which on inspection were massive hydroponic gardens, built up rather than out. Those lakes are for sushi, Michiko explained. Eventually, Tannenbaum lifted the craft up to give those inside the craft the best view of the center of the city from above. Here, they saw something that they'd only glimpsed before, which was that in the center of the city, the roofs of the buildings were covered in an ocean of flowers, creating a gigantic technicolor pattern in the shape of a chrysanthemum. Kyle guessed that it must cover an area about the size of London, in Shinji's honor. "Isn't it incredible?" Emmerman said. "It's certainly something," Angus said dryly. Out of the corner of his eye, Kyle saw Harune seemingly unconsciously tracing his finger along the bottom of the window he stared listlessly out of. After a moment, Kyle realized it was Japanese writing, and Kyle watched closely, the kana and kanji forming in his own mind. "Long live the Emperor," were the words Harune traced. The same phrase he'd uttered when he'd learned of his father's death. "Sorry to cut in," Jack said, snapping everyone back to reality, "but could we get onto our hotel, sir? A lot of us are tired." Yes, Emmerman said. "We've a long day tomorrow." With this, Tannenbaum angled the craft, flying back toward one of the districts in the southernmost arm. This seemed to be one of the two tourist towns which Kyle and company had seen. In the first, more central, all the buildings were low-lying and traditional Bavarian, the streets wide and car-free, with trees lining them up and down, restaurants and shops spilling onto the street with not a single holographic advertisement in sight. In the one which Tannenbaum flew to, it was the polar opposite, save for the lack of cars, which was a mostly city-wide trait. Here, one was bathed in neon among megalithic imitations of traditional architecture. The building which Tannenbaum flew towards was white and of the Bavarian style of architecture, with 4 towers, one on each corner, which rose above the roof. A neon sign ran its entire width, reading Hyperborea. New Munich had many qualities, but subtlety wasn't one of them. Tannenbaum landed the Dragonfly craft on the roof of the Hyperborea and lowered the side ramp to allow all to disembark. "Right then," Emmerman said as the passengers began lining up. "I leave you all here. I'll be at the Arasaka house. The funeral is in about 24 hours. I think you'll find all you need in your rooms. Don't get killed." With that, the group was let off. A number of members of the Hyperborea's staff were waiting, in smart black hotel uniforms, and assurances that every comfort would be available in their hotel. This was all the sort of thing one might expect. What was unusual, at least from Kyle's experience, was that the hotel workers were all synthetics. At first glance, one couldn't tell, but a closer inspection revealed a lack of movement of the face, hairlines exceedingly perfect, glassy eyes, and the men not even having follicles for facial hair. All of the hotel workers carried small glass pads, and after a quick retinal scan of all the guests, they turned, leading them to a large elevator, one out of a bank of them, descending from the roof to deeper into the Hyperborean structure. The elevators were regal golden cages with fine silk rug flooring. Even Kyle felt a touch of guilt at the damage that his boots were no doubt doing, though the Hyperborean staff didn't seem to mind. The elevator descended several stories, and when it stopped, there was some commotion of all the occupants getting off. In this brief commotion, Kyle leaned down and whispered in Michiko's ear. "Kyle, I trust I don't need to worry about you and Angus's eyes being flagged." "Michiko, our eyes are the best money can buy, from a back-alley jean splice clinic with cash. We're not new to hiding. I'm more worried about tomorrow." The hallways of the Hyperborea were as one might expect, grand and stately, yet fairly understated. The walls alternated between wood panels and Japanese embroidered tapestry murals of scenes and motifs from Germanic mythology. The carving of Mjolnir, the destruction of the ice giants, the attack of Jormungandr, etc. The halls lit by Japanese lanterns, making it all an excellent display of the cultural syncretism so common here. Everyone got their own bedroom, all in a single block, save for the Tsengs, of course, who had a shared room. Both the Tsengs' and Haruna's rooms adjoined Kyle's, with adjoining doors. The rooms were very large and luxurious, with red and gold ankle-deep carpeting, four-poster beds, and classical-looking white marble bathrooms with huge sunken bathtubs. The young lady who showed Kyle his room also showed him how to use a device new to him, which came standard in every room, known as a link. A link, as it turned out, looked essentially like a large pair of black sunglasses, waterproof and otherwise generally indestructible, and were the colony's main form of entertainment, through which one could play video games, watch films or the local news, etc., all with choosable levels of immersion. The device was controlled by a single small joystick and otherwise physionically interfaced with. It was, of course, an Arasaka product, as were all the workers at the Hyperbora. If the company's economic bubble should now burst, Kyle wondered what would become of these workers, and this hotel, and this city, and ultimately himself. When the hotel worker had left, Kyle began his standard setup of every room he stayed in, sweeping for any bugs or cameras, identifying all blind spots, finding hiding spots, deciding the places where he would and would not sit, and placing weapons in easy reach of every one of them, which of course meant that these spots had to be a good distance from any entrance. It was not a terribly simple process, but of course to Kyle it was second nature. Therefore he'd mostly finished when there was a knock at the door which adjoined his room to the Tsang's, and he went to answer it. He found Michiko and Angus standing on the other side, changed into tourist clothes. "We're going out," Angus said, as though it were a simple fact. "I beg your pardon?" Kyle asked, smiling as though speaking to a child, which is likely how he felt. "Well," Michiko said, "my husband and I would like to see the place where we grew up. Is that a crime?" "No," Kyle said in the same condescending tone, then considered a moment and shrugged. "Fuck it," Kyle said, turning his attention back to weapons, looking for those he'd wish to take along. "I wonder about your language, Herr Delschau," Michiko said. "I'm not accustomed to such." "Spare me, princess," Kyle said. "Either you accept how I talk or the most you'll see of your hometown on this trip has already passed. Deal." With this, Kyle pulled aside the cushion on one chair, taking out the Fernandez P9A motherfucker pistol he'd stashed there just a few minutes earlier. Neither of the Tsangs flinched as Kyle approached carrying it, which was a hopeful sign. "Either of you know how to use one of these?" Kyle asked, holding it out to be inspected. "Herr Delschau," Angus said, "you seem under the impression that my wife and I have been sitting on a couch for the past 20 years, rather than fearing for our lives." "Kyle, I choose to interpret that as a yes. Take it, though if anything gets through me and makes you having to defend yourselves necessary, you're fucked already. I'm ready to leave. Do you have credits?" The Tseng showed their credit cards, which Kyle saw were of the gene chip variety, small plastic cards with a small clear chip in one end containing some tiny wires, a strand or two of hair, and its center a tiny drop of blood, which made Kyle wonder how they were able to have their genetic codes on file with any bank and not be found. Either the Tsengs were protected, astronomically fortunate, or perhaps more cunning than he'd given them credit for. All three possibilities made Kyle more inclined towards begrudging respect which had so far not been extended to him. With himself and the Tsangs sufficiently armed, Kyle threw the rest of his weapons into one of his now empty bags and left them with Buchner. This done, he sent out a wrist computer message to the other Medusas, letting them know the situation and not to follow. Kyle wished Haruna could have come, but there was too much risk. Haruna wasn't hidden to the system. With all sorted, Kyle and the Tsangs left, still somewhat against the former's better judgment. Once outside the Hyperbora, Kyle, Mishko, and Angus were on strange ground, though Kyle had made a point of memorizing the streets from the air. Thus, when someone expressed confusion as to the location of the nearest metro station, Kyle was able to direct. "Where are we heading first?" Kyle asked. "How about Little Tokyo?" Michiko suggested. "We'll get off at Teikoku Strasse." This seemed as good an idea as any to the men, and so they descended the concrete steps into the metro station. Kyle had implemented a rule of no public elevators, too easy to stop, and no security checks. Thus, the descent into the metro station was quite long, and passed by a number of things, including many holographic posters for both films and attractions, and by an entrance to a long shopping arcade. These arcades, Michiko explained, ran a level above the metro and below street level, underneath the entire city, making essentially an entire second city beneath the surface. "Our ancestors built those tunnels," Angus said, with a mix of pride and something else Kyle couldn't pinpoint. Was it sarcasm? Kyle, Angus, and Michiko finished their descent into the sleek white underground metro station with tracks present on either side. No trains present yet. At this point, someone in Kyle's party remarked on the fact that at no point had they purchased tickets or a card, and hadn't seen any facilities to do so, either. "We don't use that here," one German woman, overhearing them, explained. "There's scanners on the train." They scan you when you get on and off every time and bill your credits at the end of the month. Neat trick, Kyle remarked. A train arrived soon enough, and Kyle, Angus, and Michiko boarded. Set into the frame of each door was a very faint pale blue field of light, a biometric scanner. It was a very neat trick, actually, Kyle thought. Saved everyone the inconvenience of having to purchase tickets, and those who could afford it never had to hear from their bank. And those who couldn't afford it, or who had taken one ride too many for their expenses? Well, that was too fucking bad. As the group had hit on the correct metro line right away, and their ride was a fairly long one to the north, there wasn't much to do except people watch. Kyle was fairly sure he saw no more than a few persons who looked older than 35, and he was extremely sure he'd never seen so many beautiful women, German and Japanese, in any place, given both the population size and the colony's notably high proportion of women to men. And to think I was tempted for a minute by that green alien, Kyle thought. Kyle made no secret of his wandering eye. He had no need to, and a fair number of ladies here returned it. What amused Kyle was how perfectly Angus controlled himself, his eye never once wandering. Either he was truly that terrified of this place, or much more likely, that terrified of Michiko. Poor bastard, Kyle thought with a silent chuckle. The train ride took nearly an hour, with all the many stops. But eventually, the announcement went up for Taikoku Strasse Station, and Kyle and the Sengs deboard into a much larger station than the one they'd gotten here from. This station had a black and gray color scheme, and guarding the street-level entrance were several synthetics with large guns, and what a place stood beyond them. Taikoku Strasse Station opened onto an enormous outdoor square, which at first glance seemed to be made entirely of neon and steel. Holographic signs of all types drifted through the air. In the center of the square was an oak tree, bigger than any oak tree on Earth could ever hope to be due to the lighter gravity. A real tree, too, upon examination providing a balance against the general artificiality. The square was bustling. All around, Kyle saw more synthetics than he ever had, most of them apparently free, or at least free enough to walk in public alone without harassment, and even more than that were persons with other parts of technology that made them essentially synthetic themselves. Shall we have lunch? Michiko asked, cutting into Kyle's thoughts. Yes, Kyle said, snapping back to reality. How about katsudon? Or sushi? There's a good katsudon place on this street, or used to be, Angus said, and with shrugs all around, this was where the trio headed. The restaurant was still extant, and still very excellent. Kyle had the katsudon with orange sauce and a side of French fries, all either real or from a replicator model so convincing that it didn't matter. At one point, Kyle saw Michiko staring out a window at the street below, as the restaurant was several stories above ground level. Is it like how you remember? Kyle asked cheerfully. No, Michiko said without looking at him or smiling back. It's not how I remember. For several hours after, Kyle and the Sengs wandered Little Tokyo, looking in at shops and cafes on occasion and generally watching the scenery. There wasn't much else they could afford to do. On one main thoroughfare in Little Tokyo, Kyle and the Sengs stopped to watch one holographic ad, as did many people. It showed a couple, the man German, the woman Japanese, both young-looking and both approximately 100 feet tall. The ad began with the couple dancing sweetly, and after a moment, the man making eye contact longingly with the woman. Man, sweetheart, I love you. I wish we could live forever. Woman, but we can. Man, how can we do that? Seemingly from a back pocket or some such, the woman would then pull a small white cylindrical device, which Kyle recognized instantly as a soul bite. As he often did when thinking of the device, Kyle lightly stroked his temple, a mostly unconscious tic. At this point, the ad would go into full advertisement mode, the couple turning to face over the city as they continued. Woman. Why, with an Arasaka soul bite, of course. Man. With a quick procedure and a few code inlays, copy your mind and being into one of these little beauties. Woman. Store and back up your soul in the Arasaka network, safety guaranteed. Man. Live forever in your soul bite. Get a backup just in case. Stored securely in one of our space vaults. Woman. Live your life as you see fit. Our soul bites are indestructible and your data is never seen unless you request it. Man. Get tired of your body sometimes? Woman. Who doesn't? With the soul bite, net jump to any available body on the Arasaka network with a simple visit to one of our technicians. No gene splice needed. Man. Worried about your other implants? Never fear. As always, all Arasaka robotics implants and upgrades are guaranteed fully system compatible, including across virtual reality. Woman. That's right. And with the Soul Bite, virtual and real have never been easier to slip between. No more stasis brain, no more chem hangover. Man. So what are you waiting for? Woman. Get credit check today and see if you qualify for an Arasaka Soul Bite available at hundreds of qualifying clinics. Man. Soul Bites by Arasaka Robotics. Man and woman in unison. Arasaka Robotics. The impossible is today. They're saying that's why old man Arasaka killed himself. One of the onlookers remarked. He didn't want to see the world he'd created. Become God if you can afford it, was Angus's contribution. It was quite a product, Kyle thought. It might be the most expensive thing in the galaxy, costing not only copious amounts of money, but also one's soul. But to most, no cost could be too high to become a shape-shifting, galaxy-surfing, immortal, all-knowing demigod. More human than human. In Little Tokyo, Kyle found a feeling he hadn't once felt since the day he'd awoken from the vat on Triton. Anonymity. In this place, Kyle knew he wasn't unique. He could, in an instant's notice, blend in here and be invisible to his fellow colonists. And even more surprising was that it wasn't a feeling that he wanted. It was the first time, perhaps, that Kyle felt pride in being himself, beyond his race, his prowess with the opposite sex, or his accomplishments as a father. No, he felt pride in simply being Kyle Delshow. His life hadn't been easy, and no doubt his mind was 1,000 contradictions in one package, but he was Kyle, and no one else could ever be him. And he could never be anyone else, and nor would he ever want to be. After Little Tokyo, Kyle and the Tsengs found themselves in Little Athens, which unlike Little Tokyo was indeed quite small, only taking up 5 blocks. Here, as one might expect, the population was mostly Greek, and made up of enormous recreations of classical Greek architecture. This district also seemed the most isolated. While the German and Japanese populations covering the rest of the city blended seamlessly with each other, the 500,000 or so Greeks seemed quite isolated, and one rarely saw a Greek outside their own district. There was one building which stood out to Kyle among all the others, a white pagoda skyscraper, in the truest sense of the word, rising above all others save for Mearsheimer Tower in the distance. Michiko explained that it was an entertainment complex for the rich and powerful of New Munich. I grew up in that building, Michiko said. I did not, Angus said. Was it Kyle's imagination? Or was there a jealous bitterness in those words? As the day wore on, there was one last trait of the colony which Kyle noticed. A huge amount of bookshops selling real physical books, and when he remarked on it, one of the Tsengs explained that New Munich in recent years had become the literary capital of Der Bund, after a campaign to have writers become more centralized. Eventually, of course, tourist time had to come to an end. The blue sun began to sink in the sky, and Kyle insisted that the trio return to the Hyperborea. Begrudgingly, the Tsengs agreed, and so they began the long ride back across New Munich. On the trip, Kyle received a message on his wrist computer. He looked down to see that it was from Surabaya, who was asking Kyle's whereabouts and generally complaining about the company he was forced to keep until the Medusas returned to Mars, which was flattering. I'll be in the funeral procession. See if you can pick me out, was Surabaya's final message. Kyle, Angus, and Michiko returned to the Hyperborea and messaged the Medusas, who outvoted Kyle on regrouping in the hotel dining room rather than eating alone in their rooms, as Kyle wanted. It didn't matter much, and he managed to disassociate from the conversation through dinner before everyone at last went to their rooms. Kyle didn't sleep that night. His mind was too active. He simply soaked in the room's bathtub for longer than would have likely been healthy for a human, then sat in one of the chairs he'd set up to watch the doors and thought through the night about this and that. His mind linear even then. Not all of his functions could be overcome, but it was undeniable that he'd learned something about himself. Morning came, as it always does, and with it came the uncertainties of the day, set to rest almost instantly by Emmerman, who sent out a message to all the group's computers. Be ready and on the roof in 2 hours, in their best clothes. What their best clothes were, they were to determine themselves, based on what was in their closets. The best in Kyle's closet was unmistakable. A black kimono with white piping and a light blue sash. The kimono might well have been the one he'd worn on his first night meeting Harune, which was bitterly ironic in some way he couldn't pinpoint. Both he and I are unable to remember specifically what the others wore, save Jack, who was in full dress uniform. The rest must have all been in standard clothing one might wear to a Japanese funeral. In any event, Emmerman's order was followed, and the Medusas plus the Tsangs were lined up back on the roof when Emmerman's dragonfly craft arrived, and as the day before, everyone boarded, seeing that today, Emmerman flew with Tannenbaum nowhere in sight. One who was in sight was Jorg, which always lifted Kyle's mood, not that it was low. All right, Emmerman said, once everyone was seated and he'd started the ship. Here's how it's going to go. Jack, you're at my side. I'm helping carry. The rest of you just stay out of trouble. Helping carry, sir? You mean the coffin? Jack asked. It was Shinji's wish, Emmerman said soberly. Am I not at your side today, sir? Jorg asked. Not today, Emmerman said briskly. Emmerman flew the ship north and west, to a massive domed building on the edge of New Munich, which someone explained was the city's Volkshalle. The funeral would begin here, with a few of the usual addresses by friends and family and a performance by the singer Misora Hibari. The famous one? Kyle asked, incredulous, as he'd heard so many of her records in the barracks at Camp Hero. Is there another? Emmerman asked. The landing pad of the Volkshalle was crowded with small ships, and thankfully was well away from the street, which was overflowing with press and the general public, who of course couldn't be allowed to see who was in attendance. A side door stood open to the Volkshalle, and Emmerman and Jack paired off and entered. Sensing it was expected, the Medusas, Jorg, and the Tsangs waited for a moment before they entered. On the way, Kyle gave the Tsangs permission to mingle with the party, within reason. He had a feeling that this was the point at which Emmerman wanted them to be seen, and be seen at this point they were. The large group, led by Kyle and Jorg, entered the large white antechamber room before the main event, and were spotted by Toshiko Arasaka, who raised her hand to wave but then stopped dead, her eyes in shock. Toshiko? Old Lady Arasaka said in what seemed to be shocked joy, stepping forward. Hello, Mother, Michiko said, stepping forward tearfully. Thank you for bringing her, Toshiko said, stepping around Kyle. He and the others pulled aside out of respect. As ever, Kyle didn't know a fair amount in attendance, not least because the majority seemed to be Japanese. Kyle did recognize Miki Ito, dressed even here in business wear, and of course the other Arasakas. Eventually, he also saw Misora Hibari and realized she was real when she shook a hand. Kyle, come over here. There's someone I want you to meet, George said at one point, tapping Kyle on the shoulder. Kyle turned and followed George to one side of the room, where stood a tall brunette woman who extended her hand. I'm Margarethe Nyler, the tall brunette said. I'm George's wife. I'm very glad to meet you, Kyle said with a what the fuck look back over his shoulder at George, who offered a micro shrug in response. You're George's old friend Kyle, aren't you? Margarethe Nyler said, and I know what you and my husband do for fun. No need for pretense. Does she? Kyle asked George tensely. Yes, George said. I'm not allowed secrets from my wife. This told Kyle all he needed to know, which was that this marriage was one of the classic business marriages of the breakaway's upper echelon. Convenient and meaningless, meant to produce one single result. Kyle was just glad to see it was friendly, and he looked forward to being the best uncle he could to the resulting children. Oh my gods, George breathed, looking past Kyle. How the fuck did he get in here? Kyle looked. He saw George staring, in open-mouthed shock, at a brown-haired man in a flight suit, standing at least 7 feet in height, surveying the room as though it were a buffet table. Who is? Kyle began. Terence Rudolph Brunner, George cut in, the old man's own prodigal. Oh my gods, what a day! This seems bad, Kyle observed in half sarcasm. Almost at that moment, Sakura asked for the attendees' attention, at which point she said the funeral was to begin, and to follow her from the antechamber and into the main hall of the Volkshalle, and form a circle around the coffin. Everyone did so, of course. Kyle stared up in wonder for a moment at the geodesic dome above as he moved with the other guests across the floor. The Volkshalle was too large to justify seating the guests, he could plainly see as he began stepping into the circle. Kyle stood next to Kovacs by some fluke or another. By less of a fluke, Miki Ito sidled up next to him, slipping a piece of paper into the sash of his kimono. Miss Ito, Kyle said, suddenly feeling bold. It's always a pleasure. Your love note is very nice. I could kill you where you stand and get away with it, you know. Surely you want to hear the great Misora Hibari sing first? Miki said, slipping back into the crowd as the lights dimmed. As they dimmed, Misora Hibari stepped into the middle of the circle, standing next to Shinji Arasaka Sr.'s coffin. She held a microphone up to her mouth, and with almost reverent intonations, sang the following song.
目を閉じて何も見えず悲しくて目を開ければ荒野に向かう道より他に見えるものはなし砕け散る定めの星たちよせめてひそやかにこの身を照らせよ我は行く青白き頬のままで我は行くさらばすばるよ息をすれば胸の中木枯らしは泣き続けるされど我が胸は熱く夢を追い続けるなりさんざめく名もなき星たちよせめて鮮やかにその身を追われよ我も行く心の命ずるままに我も行くさらばすばるよ
As soon as the song ended, leaving the audience in mostly stunned silence, Kyle surreptitiously pulled the little folded piece of paper from his sash where Miki had left it and unfolded it. "What is that?" Kovacs whispered, reaching over. "Don't touch," Kyle said as his eyes shifted to the darkness to read the note. "Meet me at Kawasaki Sushi in 8 hours. Bring Michiko and Harune. Come alone with them, Sakura." Kyle crumpled the note and dropped it. It wasn't that he didn't see what was happening. He saw that Sakura was going to attempt to buy him off. For a moment, Kyle fancied he was deciding whether to obey, and then of course reality set in, and he knew he couldn't disobey an order, much less from an Arasaka. But that didn't mean he had to like it, and he resented that it had been him targeted for this order, as the only one who couldn't have refused. Kyle next surveyed the crowd once again. He didn't see much having changed, except that now, Haruna and Michiko stood near Madame Arasaka, and that Emmerman was apparently still unaware of Terence Rudolph Bruner's presence, as he didn't seem to be angry for the moment. Eventually, Sakura's eulogy ended. Apparently it was the only one allowed, as afterward, she invited all present to follow her and the family as the coffin was taken to the Arasaka plot for burial. At this, the lights in the Vauxhall turned back on, and it was possible to see that the funeral party had been surrounded by the Arasaka Guard, in their black smart suits with silver rifles and the same collapsible plasma-edged katanas which the Medusas carried. In this massive guard unit, Kyle saw Tsurabaya, blending seamlessly with the synthetics who no doubt made up the majority of the unit. The Arasakas moved to the front of the coffin to lead the procession. Haruna and Michiko were among them. Also among them, of course, was Yoshi, who was quite visibly not having it. "The press is going to have a fucking field day," Kyle heard a man behind him say delightedly. The coffin bearers included Emmerman and Admiral Hayao Takahashi, whom Kyle had met during the signing of the Treaty of New Berlin. In the very front stood Sakura and Shinji Jr., bearing Shinji Sr.'s katana and wakizashi respectively. His favorites got the ultimate honor. The procession moved forward, surrounded by the guard. The procession was very long indeed, both in length and in distance walked to the burial. It led first out the front of the Vauxhall to the street, lined with the silent public. As the procession passed, the mourners dropped their token offerings alongside them. Kyle saw that the offerings consisted of flowers and implants, new and unused by the look of them. After this, the procession turned off the street, heading out of the proper colony altogether into the hills. There must have been some sort of sound barrier technology, as the sounds of the city went silent instantly as the procession passed out of it, so that they were now in the peaceful countryside, with the wind in the trees and the birdsong wafting through the air. The procession must have walked over a mile along the wide path through the hills before at last reaching their destination. A high, impenetrable-looking bamboo fence with a single gate, which old lady Arasaka unlocked, allowing entry to what proved to be the Arasaka family cemetery, which was a classically Japanese-style affair, with simple stone floor and stone shrine-style gravestones, a new indentation in the ground for Shinji Sr. If you have to die, this is the place to be, Kyle thought morbidly. The coffin was laid in the indentation in the ground. Then General Takahashi stepped forward and placed a box atop the coffin, a small wooden box with an etching of a chrysanthemum atop. "Old man Arasaka's medals," someone near Kyle whispered in explanation to nobody in particular. After the coffin was laid to rest and Shinji Sr.'s medals along with it, the stones moved aside to make the indentation were placed back in by a few soldiers of the Arasaka Guard, who carried gold rifles rather than the usual silver ones. Shinji Sr.'s swords were placed unsheathed, standing up in the little patch of dirt, with their full handles and a few inches of blade showing. At last the usual lit incense bowl was brought forward and placed atop the headstone, and a moment of silence followed. Kyle wondered how the smell of the incense was able to circulate, and so looked up surprised somehow to see that the cemetery had a just barely visible force field over it. "Ladies, gentlemen, barons, daimyos, soldiers," Sakura said, turning back to the attendees after the moment of silence. "Thank you all. You all knew my father, and most of you were even welcome. Go your own ways now." With that general rebuff, the attendees turned to leave the cemetery. Harune fairly ran to Kyle's side, and Michiko followed him at a slightly slower pace, rejoined at the same moment by her husband from a different direction. "Good to see you all," Kyle said. "Any idea where one finds a place called Kawasaki Sushi?" Thus Kyle explained the note. Jack overwrote it on principle once he'd heard it, until Kyle reminded him that he couldn't disobey an order, and in any case he didn't want Sakura Arasaka as an enemy. Jack split off, saying he planned to do something else then, and that Kyle best not ask questions. Kyle looked on as Jack moved along in the line to speak with Yoshi, which Kyle looked away from. The Medusas, now with Tsurabaya among them again, having been released from his official duty, plus the Tsengs and Jorg, reached Emmerman's Dragonfly ship. "Back to Mars tomorrow?" Emmerman asked Kyle as he started the ship. "You have one night left at the hotel." "I'm not sure," Kyle said. "I've a feeling I'm about to work my way into some money." Emmerman opened his mouth to speak, then stopped for a moment and looked at Kyle with a grin of some look Kyle wasn't sure he recognized. Was it respect, perhaps? A touch of pride? You're a sly toaster, aren't you? Emmerman said with a chuckle. That was definitely it. Some form of fatherly pride. Kyle knew that feeling well enough to recognize it in others. I do believe so, sir, Kyle said, grinning back, then turning to take his seat beside Harune. How was your mother? Kyle asked. Cold as ice. Wanted me and Michiko there to make her look good. Fuck her, Harune said, then turned to the window, his voice becoming distant as he continued. Fuck them all. Yoshi is a good man, though. Kyle patted Haruna on the shoulder, then stopped himself from saying anything further, realizing Harune needed to be alone with his thoughts. And so he was until the ship landed once again on the roof of the Hyperborea. Right, Kyle said once all had deboarded. Harune, Michiko, and Angus. How long to get to Kawasaki Sushi? It's at the top of the big pagoda, Michiko explained. Should be about 45 minutes. Right, Kyle said, glancing at his wristwatch, realizing that it was a fine piece of Japanese technology in its own right. That gives us about 5.25 hours. Let's go to our rooms. I need a drink, Harune said in agreement. Everyone went to their rooms. Kyle simply lay out on his bed naked, glad to be free of the restrictions of a kimono and wooden shoes, and here he remained for a bit, only getting up again to get the room's complimentary link, on which he played some full 3D immersion video game or other until the time came to put clothes on, arm himself, and be ready to leave, and so he was, ready quite early and knocking on Harune and the Seng's hotel room doors. Do we have to do this shit? Angus asked. Unfortunately, yes, Kyle said firmly. Everything set, Kyle, Harune, and the Seng set out. They arrived at the massive white pagoda, where the doors stood open. Most of the businesses in New Munich were closed, as it was a day of mourning. A single synthetic sat behind the security desk in the black marble and gold entrance to the white pagoda skyscraper. Miss Arasaka is expecting you on the top floor, the synthetic said. Go on up in the elevator. And so they did. Unfortunately, the elevators had no windows, so Kyle was unable to observe any of the other businesses in the pagoda. The elevator pulled to a halt at last, opening at the edge of the large circular restaurant that was Kawasaki Sushi. In its center was the sushi bar, where a middle-aged couple stood, slicing fish and other ingredients. The tables were of the traditional low-lying variety, of dark hardwood. A few of the synthetic geishas of the type who served the Arasaka estate milled about, though the only guests were Sakura Arasaka and Miki Ito, sitting at one table near the center, the former puffing a cigarette, which seemed rather rude somehow. Miki smiled in her nasty-looking way and waved all over. Kyle nodded, and himself, Harune, Angus, and Michiko crossed the room, sitting at the table across from the women. Sakura, so you did come. Harune, you knew my father couldn't refuse, that's why you asked him. Miki, it's not enough that you're a faggot, now you call this gaijin toaster your father. Kyle, and this gaijin toaster rocked your world, as you'll recall. Angus, oh dear God. At that moment, one of the geisha synthetics arrived, asking for drink orders. Kyle said that since he wasn't paying, he'd be having a bottle of the establishment's finest German lager, and the others ordered similarly. Your sushi is coming momentarily, the geisha said before turning away. Just wait until you've had the sushi, Sakura gushed. It's quite something. My father gave Mr. and Mrs. Kawasaki there an implant each, containing all the knowledge from all the finest sushi chefs in the old country. All that knowledge in seconds. All the knowledge they didn't earn? Michiko said. That's not real life, Sakura. No, it isn't, Sakura said. It's better. The sushi came, on long white plates, one per person. The geisha set these down in front of everyone, then backed out of sight. The sushi was indeed magnificent, and everyone turned on their etiquette again for a while, switching to discussing this. But of course, it wasn't to last, and Kyle got tired of it lasting as long as it did, so after a particularly delectable piece, he looked back up across the table. Kyle? All right. So what is this about, Sakura? What do you want? Sakura? Have you tried the sea bream? It's to die for. Michiko. Was this question not loud enough? Sakura? It was. What I'm prepared to do is make both of you traders an offer. Credit lines, all anonymous. Miki? Miki reached into an inside pocket of her jacket, taking out 2 credit cards for the First United Capital Bank of Centurion, which she put on the table. Sakura. Effectively bottomless credits, usable anywhere in Der Bund or Sen no Taiyo no Teikoku. Harune? In exchange for? Miki. From Michiko, your silence forever. No more of your pathetic expose articles on the dark net. Every potential customer lost is another reason to kill you. Harune? And from me. Sakura? Well, to start, stay away. Never associate yourself with the family again as long as you live. And something else entirely from you, AB8-1324. Kyle. And what the fuck do you think I owe you? Sakura. Access. These Medusas you and Flynn lead Emmerman's private army? You'll keep me abreast of all his new conquests, and what's more, you'll be available for me to hire. And as it's an order, you're in no position to negotiate. Harune took the card from the table slowly, slipping it into his shirt pocket. Michiko snatched hers up, and without a word, she and Angus stood and left. Kyle took Harune's hand and stood. Kyle, will that be all? Sakura, I believe so. I wish you'd stay for dessert. They make a strawberry baked Alaska that's absolutely to die for. Kyle almost began to sit again, but in a sudden flash of strength, Harune reached up and grabbed Kyle's shoulder, stopping him before addressing Sakura and Miki. Harune, then that will be all. You know, Sakura, I hope I live a long, long life and that you build a pagoda that makes this one we're in look like a dollhouse. Sakura, why? Harune, so I can watch it fall and see you land right on your ass. May we go now, father? Kyle, absolutely. Hand in hand, Kyle and Harune turned back and reboarded the elevator. They rode down in silence for a few moments before Kyle turned. Kyle, you okay, kid? Harune laughed, harder than Kyle had ever seen him laugh, and Kyle laughed along with him after a moment. Nothing much seemed to matter right then. They'd won this round, well and truly. Harune, that felt better than I'd always imagined. I just can't wait to spend some of her credits. Kyle and Harune hadn't quite had their last surprise of the night, however. They arrived once again in the marble and gold lobby of the massive pagoda, finding, to their shock, not only that Tseng's waiting, but also Yoshi Arasaka, and at his side, the rest of the Medusas. They enlisted my help, Yoshi said with a roguish grin. No man left behind, Jack said. Author's note: I hope the reader has enjoyed this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. Of all the chapters in the book so far, this is the one I've likely been looking forward to writing the most. Chapter 11. As Harune had pointed out quite intuitively, there wasn't much point in the credit cards Sakura had handed out if they never spent any of it. The Tsengs knew where to begin to spend it, a ticket home. They left the Medusas immediately to do this, tired of living in New Munich and hiding, ready to return to their normal lives. It was a somewhat bittersweet goodbye, as it was doubtful that anyone present would ever see them again, but of course it was unavoidable. Sakura had been thrown off guard and was now more Emmerman dependent, and so the Tsengs had served their purpose. For the others, of course, it wasn't to be so simple. Once the group had left the pagoda, Yoshi bade them farewell. He didn't wish to be caught by his sister. The Tsengs proceeded for Mearsheimer Tower to make their way home. The Medusas, however, had another task left in New Munich, which Emmerman had handed down: find and interrogate Terence Rudolph Brunner, then leave him to the elements. All right, Kovac said. Tell us about this Brunner fellow. What are we up against? By this point, the Medusas had returned to the Hyperborea and regrouped in one of their hotel rooms. We're up against a lot, Jack said. I don't know why he won't let us just kill the bastard, but orders are orders. Who exactly is he? Someone asked. Jack, the old man's firstborn, or so he claims. He must be over 300 years old, from the point of view here, and still the runt of the pack. He was a bad kid, but he sure took the training well. He can't inherit, and he's never forgiven the world for it. Kyle, what's his specialty? Jack, fire. He loves fire. He can make it with his mind, which is why I hope we can get him off guard. A low whistle seemed to reverberate through the Medusas. I'm not sure I can even do that, Harune said. Don't try it, at least 3 chimed in. All right, Jack said, flipping open his wrist computer. My father gave us a bit of information. He says to look at the good hotels, aside from ours. The Rubina, the Tyrol, the Avalon, the Augsburg, the Olympiad, or the Kamakura should have him. The hotels won't give their guest lists. We'd have to search every room, Surabaya murmured. That'll take a long time, Max said. Too long. Exactly, Kyle said, taking the opportunity for a teachable moment. So think, Max. When you touch down on a planet, what's the first thing you look for once you can stretch your legs? Girls, Max said, grinning. Then after a moment he got it. Oh yes, I see. So, Hoffnitz said, we ask at the spots near those hotels, offer some cash, find him, get to work. So who does the interrogation? Kovac asked. I do, Jack said. I can do it, Max said, seeing the flash of distress across his uncle's face. I was the top of my class in interrogation. Until then, Kyle hadn't even known Max had been in an interrogation class, but then he wouldn't have. Even as an instructor, Kyle hadn't been allowed to know the details of the other classes or which students they'd held, and the students weren't allowed to speak about it either. I know him better, Jack argued. That's why I was the best, Max gently argued back. Very good, Kyle said briskly. No point in you having skills you don't use. What do you need? A neural unit. A good one, Max explained. How long are the tech stores open here? Kyle asked. Right through the night in the right places. Haruna shrugged. All right, Jack said. Pericles, write out what you need. Orpheus, Demeter, I want you to go out and buy it. And the rest of us? Haruna asked. You're coming with me. We're going to go find this asshole, Jack said. We better start by finding the whorehouses that loan out to the better hotels. He'd have ordered her to his room. He wouldn't risk wandering. How do you know? Franz asked. Because I wouldn't either, Jack said. And that apparently was that. Everyone pick a hotel, start looking up the brothels on your links, Kyle instructed, and so it went. A few Medusas took the name of a hotel, while Jack sent them all a photograph of Brunner, which Emmerman had sent, to all of the Medusa's wrist computers. Haruna gave them the number on his new card, and they got to work. The process was fairly easy. Switch on the links, look for the addresses of the various hotels, and then ask the link to show any brothels in the area. Then, one would use the dial code to call the brothel, send them the picture of Brunner, and after a transfer of credits, receive an answer. There weren't many brothels to call. New Munich was many things, but a hotbed of vice didn't seem to be one. Kyle completed his few calls and had no success. This left him sitting in his room, considering if other strategies needed to be tried. They were not, as it turned out, as soon enough there was a knock at the door, and down the hall Kyle heard the doors of the other Medusas being knocked on. I found him. Buchner, the door knocker, was exclaiming, He's at the Olympiad. Keep your voice down, Kyle chided, then added, Good work. All converged in one of the bedrooms, and Buchner explained. Apparently, just as Jack had predicted, Brunner hadn't gone out to find his girl. He'd called up the Hecate, and they'd sent him the services of the lovely Coco, who had joined him in his room at the Olympiad, and had magically remembered his room number for a few more credits. Gear up, Jack said. We leave one at a time, each taking different routes to his hotel. Don't converge until I'm at the door. Do you think he's expecting us? Kovac asked. I think this feels too easy, Jack said in explanation. The Medusas returned to their rooms, gearing up one by one. Klein sent a message that he and Hoffnitz had acquired the needed goods. Klein the virtual reality setup, Hoffnitz the drugs for the interrogation. When it came to the latter, no one asked about the acquisition methods. In any event, Jack ordered them to make their way to the Olympiad, and thus everyone began leaving, Jack heading out first as planned. Kyle followed a few minutes later, and so on. Kyle varied his route once finding the address of the Olympiad, getting off the train occasionally and walking, either on the surface or through the underground shopping arcades. He saw one or two others bringing up the rear, but consciously didn't acknowledge them. Eventually, Kyle reached the front of the Olympiad, a gigantic Greek revival masterpiece on the edge of Little Athens, where he saw Jack waiting to enter. He glanced around, seeing several other Medusas about on the street, all trying and mostly succeeding to look aloof. Jack sent out a telepathic message. Turn on your wrist computers. Icarus, when the time comes, jump us all in. Kyle turned on his wrist computer, which requested a neural link. Granted. Projected into Kyle's head, and all other of the Medusas, were all the sounds which Jack was hearing. Jack entering the lobby, usual lobby sounds, then the sounds of a long stairwell as Jack ascended it, then at last a knock on a door, and the sounds of the door opening almost instantly. Kyle's hand snapped to his gun, ready to draw the very instant Harune jumped him into position, as Jack began speaking to Brunner. Brunner. Well, Jack, I was wondering if it would be you. Come in, have a drink. The sound of Jack entering the room and the clinking of bottles and glasses for a few tense seconds. Jack, what are you doing here, brother? Bruner, I'm paying my respects to one of the men who raised me. I can't remember. Water or soda in your whiskey? Jack, soda. And we both know there's more to it than that. I don't want to hurt you. Tell me, let me put you on a ship and I don't have to do shit. Bruner, fuck you. Drink your scotch. The sound of drink sipping and swallowing followed before the conversation resumed. Jack, so it's been a long time. You've done well for yourself, haven't you? Traveling and staying in hotels like this. Bruner, you can do better than that. But yes, I have. I'm living a life you could only dream of. At that moment, the Medusas were greeted by the sound of cracking glass and a grunt of pain from Jack. Ahoy, Icarus, Jack grunted defiantly. The next instant, Kyle was awash in that instant of nausea one feels when one is being jumped, and the instant after that, Kyle stood in the hotel suite which Jack and Bruner were in, surrounded by the other Medusas. The hotel was large, and the walls mostly of white marble, save for one with a wallpaper mural, and half of another being a large window. Of course, Kyle and the others weren't looking at the room much. Their eyes all snapped towards one side of the room, where stood Jack and Bruner. Bruner held shut Jack's fist, which was full of broken glass, blood dripping to the white carpet. Jack, however, was smiling as Bruner looked around the room at his opponents. For a split second, Kyle thought he might give up. Good one, Bruner said with a smile. As Bruner spoke, a fireball formed in midair, coming for the little cluster of Medusas which included Kyle. Quick as a flash, they ducked, and while the fire missed them, it caught on the paint on the ceiling, which was set ablaze instantly. With a roar, Jack kicked Bruner away, and with a scream, Chang lunged at him with her knife, weaving with superhuman speed out of his grasp and cutting his arm, quite nastily judging by the geyser of blood which squirted out for a moment. This, combined with a throat punch from Jack, which no doubt would have decapitated a normal man, sent Bruner staggering back. Hofnitz saw what she thought was an opportunity and drew a long syringe from her coat and began climbing Bruner's back to administer whatever cocktail was in the syringe. But Bruner hadn't been beaten enough and so shook Hofnitz off as though she were a fly. Several Medusas, including Harune, pulled guns, but they stood too close to Bruner, who lunged, and with his fists scattered the gun bearers. This called for brute force. By this point, the sprinkler system had turned on. Kyle lunged forward with his fists, landing sharply on Bruner's mammoth back, which began to buckle, and the sound of ribs cracking was heard as Jack, Klein, and Surabaya attacked from the front and sides, and Cheng once again attacked with her knife, delivering a very severe cut across Bruner's diamond-hard visage. Duck! David shouted from behind Bruner. Kyle and the others ducked. Bruner, now slightly disoriented, didn't, and rather spun on his heel as David and Kovac lifted up a marble coffee table and threw it. Bruner lifted his arm to block, but after the trauma his body had endured, it served only to knock him squarely on his back, dazed for a moment, during which Franz drew his pistol, landing a pair of shots squarely on Bruner's crotch. Fuck you, Bruner roared. Now likely powered purely by adrenaline-fueled rage, Bruner shot to his feet, grabbing the throat of whoever stood nearest, which happened to be Kyle. His squeeze was quite strong, almost as much pressure per square inch as Kyle's own grip would have been. But not quite, Kyle thought smugly, and with that, reached and put one hand in each of Bruner's most severe wounds, the one on his face and the one on his crotch. With a scream of the most severe pain, in a voice not altogether human, Bruner threw Kyle away, bending forward, coughing and quite clearly dazed, giving Hofnitz the chance she'd needed to pounce on his back and in an instant inject her anesthetic right into Bruner's brainstem. Bruner stood again, with enough force to knock Hofnitz back to the ground, but the anesthetic began to take effect, and he began to slacken. Though he began to raise his arms, reaching for his wrist computer. Kyle lunged forward, grabbing Bruner's right forearm, and Max lunged to grab the left. It took a good deal of effort. Bruner's skeleton was top-quality reinforced stuff, but Kyle and Max managed to break Bruner's arms. At last, and not of his own will, Bruner succumbed, his eyes rolling wildly a few times as his muscles slackened, and he collapsed forward unconscious, Kyle catching him. Little bitch, Jack spat, stepping forward and taking off Bruner's wrist computer, which he then threw to the floor and crushed. Icarus, get us to the interrogation site. Now, Kyle ordered. Harune nodded, and took a good look over the Medusas and that which they were holding, no doubt calculating what did and didn't need to be taken, and a moment later he jumped them all, Bruner included of course, to the site he'd chosen, which they'd left up to him. It was beside a lake, in what seemed to be a totally uninhabited area, though a glance at the sky revealed they were still on the same planet as New Munich. I used to escape here, my first jump site, Haruna explained, his eyes now dilated from the stress of the jump. Now, if I may be excused, please. Of course, Kyle dismissed, and Haruna turned. Joshi went to his side, helping him to the shade to sit down. Kyle turned his attention back to the others, seeing that Jack and Hofnitz were off to one side, Hofnitz tending to Jack's cut-up hand, while the others either simply stood around, nursing bruises, or in other ways, attending to the impending interrogation. This motherfucker sure bleeds a lot, Max grimaced, his fingers sticking together as if caulked by dried blood. He has 2 hearts, Jack explained, 2 livers and 3 kidneys and lungs, extra set of vocal cords too. Yes, he's got a lot of blood. How long should he be out for? Max asked as he began washing his hands in the lake before setting up. 6 hours, Hofnitz said confidently. I dosed him exactly. Give yourself 4 hours, Heracles, Kyle ordered. It wasn't that he doubted Hofnitz's capabilities. Rather, he wanted to be well and truly gone when Bruner awoke. With a nod of acknowledgement, Max turned his attention to the small, zipped-up black bag he'd brought and pulled out the virtual reality unit which Hofnitz and Klein had bought for him, smiling as he saw it. It was a fairly standard unit, a black plastic box, rectangular and about 2 feet long, from each long side coming 8 colored wires, ending in small electrodes. The assembly was accompanied by a glass pad. Max hurriedly flipped the limp Bruner onto his back and placed half the wires along Bruner's forehead, making a snide remark to Cheng that she should be more careful next time, as the cut on Bruner's face had come very close to being a problem. Cheng assured Max that he was more than welcome to kiss her ass next time he felt like making such a correction. That's no way to talk to your commanding officer's son, Max said in feigned shock. Too bad she's correct, Kyle chuckled to himself. Max lay down on the ground on the opposite side of the box from Bruner, and Franz came over, plugging Max's head in using the other electrodes, following the same configuration as Max had used on Bruner. It was a tiny moment, but it followed a trend Kyle had observed, which was that Franz and Max were becoming good friends. Max's first real, close friends since Andrew's death. Right then, Max said, firing up his glass pad. I need someone to watch this after I do the dive. If it gets too crazy or I'm losing control, unplug me and pull me out. How would one know if something like that was happening? Kovac, who'd crowded near, asked. You'll know, Max said, making the last adjustments on the glass pad. With that, Max closed his eyes and dove right in. Kyle came around the glass pad to watch the proceedings. At first, the simulation Max pulled up was simply himself and Bruner in a white interrogation room. Here, Max gave Bruner a last chance at confession, telling Bruner he could die painlessly if he simply surrendered, rather than resisting. Bruner did resist, and then came the stroke of genius on Max's part. You should have said yes, Virtual Max said. Now I have to start simulation torture. What? Virtual Bruner said. We're already in virtual. No, we're not, Virtual Max said. Of course, Virtual Bruner didn't likely entirely believe this, but the seed was planted that he couldn't tell entirely. After this, Max switched over to another screen, one which he'd constructed from bits he'd picked up using a skill to dive into the subconscious, as he later explained. In this one, Virtual Max took the form of Emmerman, and Virtual Bruner was put back to his child self. Here, Max forced Bruner to relive a trauma from his childhood, wherein he was made to kill his kitten, over and over again, in increasingly hands-on ways. The simulation was so real that most couldn't watch, though Kyle remained glued to the screen, focused more on Max's skill than on the momentary brutality, the latter thing being quite remarkable. After this, Max surfed through various traumas in Bruner's life, him witnessing a friend get devoured by a giant crab, being buried alive on one operation and several others now forgotten, until Bruner no longer knew what was happening or why he'd been pulled in. At this point, Virtual Max returned with Virtual Bruner to the White Room, seeming to wake Bruner up from his virtual torture. Virtual Max, how much more before you tell me what I want to know? Virtual Bruner, I don't even know what you fucking want anymore. Virtual Max, I'll be direct. What do you want from your life? Virtual Bruner, to fuck over my father. Virtual Max. And then Virtual Bruner, to prove I was a man and go to Valhalla as the hero I am. Virtual Max, thank you. And with that, Virtual Max pulled a gun from beneath the table of the White Room and shot Virtual Bruner in the head. A realistic amount of times to cause his death in his enhanced body, as a single shot wouldn't have done it in the real. Then came the final screen. In the final screen, Virtual Max took Virtual Bruner to his desired afterlife of Valhalla, where Max took the form of Odin, greeting Bruner in the afterlife. Virtual Max Odin, you did well, my son. You never told them what they wanted to know. You held out true till the end. Virtual Bruner, but I did tell them, didn't I? Virtual Max Odin, no, my boy. They wanted to know who had taken you to New Munich. I'm curious as well. Perhaps they might be here with us? Virtual Bruner, it was a man and woman I met in a bar on Callisto. No names, just tickets and a pair of contacts to trip scanners. I suppose this technology is gone now in this world, isn't it? Virtual Max Odin. Yes. My son, envision them in your mind for a moment, those who met you. With that, a perfectly ordinary-looking couple came on the screen, both young and both Nordic blondes. Jack, who happened to be holding the glass pad, touched the screen a few times, no doubt saving the images and sending them to everyone's wrist computers. He's telling the truth, that's all he knows. Virtual Max Odin said, breaking the virtual fourth wall. Right, get him out of there, Kyle said briskly, and so someone bent and pulled the electrodes off Max's head. Max blinked his eyes a few times, sitting up and looking around the real world, which by then had transitioned to morning once again, having taken nearly the full 4 hours allotted, the night having passed in all the proceedings. All right, Kyle said. Take his clothes, all of them. We're going to trace them and find out where he bought them. And his implants, Jack added. Demeter, take all the implants you can. If he's gotten any implants, I want to know where they're from. And his tattoos, Kovac finished. Photograph them. Maybe we can find where they were done. Dutifully then, Surabaya, Hofnitz, and Klein stepped forward to do just that. In the time while Max was doing the interrogation, Haruna had called the Hyperborea and had, with Kyle's blessing, had the hotel ship all of the group's belongings to No Berlin Spaceport, then had bought them passage on an early morning ship to Mars, which they were able to make after Haruna jumped the Medusas to the woods outside Mearsheimer Tower, where they simply walked up and boarded their ship, a fairly budget by breakaway standards liner, wherein they shared several staterooms with berths and a bathroom at the end of the hall. With them, of course, were Bruner's clothes, implants, and 2 new friends, Haruna's credit card, and the virtual reality set. As a matter of course, Kyle shared a room with Max. Are you awake, mi pequeño? Kyle asked once all in the stateroom had settled down. Yes, Dad. Is something wrong? Max asked. Not at all, Kyle said. When we get home, I want you to show us all how to use the ever-loving fuck out of that machine, make us as good as you. Can you do that? Sir. Fuck yes, sir, Max said in a mock drill voice. That's my boy, Kyle said proudly. Author's note. A fairly high-octane chapter, and as it turns out, the start of a saga. Chapter 12. Of course, beyond Max's tutelage, the first real order of business upon landing back on Mars was to trace Bruner. And before even that could be done, Jack's hand injury needed repair. As none of the Medusas knew any very good clinics which didn't demand identification, they put in a call to the Glass Hub from outside the spaceport. Camille answered, and after asking a few of the girls, she gave them an address of an appropriate back alley clinic. Tell them Gerda Schultz sent you, Camille said. They don't like strangers. Right, Kyle said. Harine, you're coming with Jack and me. The rest of you get the luggage. Head to the house on one of the trains. We'll be there soon. Shrugs went up all around, and the others all split off to the luggage claim, leaving Kyle, Harine, and Jack in the expansive white arrival hall below the spaceport landing pad, out of which one would exit into New Berlin, unless one went for the train station, a further level underground. Right, Harine said upon exiting. Where is Hamburgplatz? I believe it's near the replica Brandenburg Gate, one of the others said, and thus, after a check of route maps, they hopped aboard the appropriate streetcar and set off. Jack got quite a few stares, given that he was dripping blood everywhere, but no one asked questions or offered help. It would have been out of turn somehow to question a military man. Kyle, Jack, and Harine reached the area quite quickly. An advantage of underground cities with spaceports atop is that there needn't be a distance of any note between spaceport and city, thus cutting transit times considerably. And so in under half an hour, the three men had reached the appropriate district and were walking street to street, looking for Hamburgplatz. They eventually found it. It was not so much a street as a nearly invisible alleyway. The address Gerda had given looked like nothing more than any of the other buildings in the street, which seemed to be apartment buildings. Well, if this is the place, it's the place, Jack said, walking to the door. I suppose we'd better give it a chance. The inside decidedly matched what they'd expected more than the outside. Inside, while the bones of apartments remained, the place was very obviously a black market clinic, with its generally cheap medical equipment and staff who wore no uniforms, not to mention the patients sitting in the plastic chairs near the door, who were mostly prostitutes or men of the criminal element. One of these, a burly black-haired giant, stepped forth at the sight of Kyle, Jack, and Haruna entering the clinic. Are you police? The giant demanded in Ukrainian accented German. No, Haruna said coolly, producing his card. We're not. Gerda Schultz sent us. My friend needs medical attention. Trying and failing to look pathetic, Jack held out his injured hand. The giant wasn't paying attention, of course, as he was scanning Harune's card on a glass pad. Credit checks out. The giant shrugged. I guess any friend of Gerda is a friend of ours, so take a seat. And so Kyle, Jack, and Haruna sat, taking in the sights around them. The sights weren't exactly strange. It was just that they didn't seem to belong in this area. This belonged in the shady outskirts of New Berlin. The patrons of the clinic would almost certainly be stopped by the local police in this district. It was so odd that Kyle wondered if the clinic perhaps had an underground access point. Eventually, a pretty young nurse emerged from one of the rooms, calling out the number on Harune's card. You qualify for robotic repair, the nurse explained. Come with me, please. Kyle, Jack, and Harune thus followed the nurse to deep inside the building. In the back room to which she led them is a rather interesting setup. In the room was a rather oversized dark pink dentist chair, very generous even for one who was born and raised in Martian gravity. To its side, on a mobile cart, was a large metal box, glass on one side so that one could see that from the top of the box descended a series of small surgical implements attached to little hydraulic arms. On one side was a hole in which one could insert a limb, and this same side could be removed entirely, to insert one's upper or lower body if necessary. Take off your jacket and shirt, please, the nurse instructed, moving to a cabinet and removing a syringe and a small bottle. I'm going to anesthetize your arm. With pleasure, ma'am, Jack said with a flirtatious wink. The nurse was quite professional, of course, but Kyle did catch her eyes lingering on Jack's form as he slipped out of his shirt. The nurse injected Jack's arm, then instructed him to lay out in the chair and insert his arm into the hole in the side of the surgical unit. She waited several minutes for Jack's arm to numb, then left to fetch the doctor. Why'd you fellas come with me anyway? Jack asked once the nurse had left, sounding almost suspicious. You're going to tell us all you know about Brunner, Kyle explained. I brought Haruna as a lie detector. Shows how much you trust me. Jack grumbled. All right, after the doc is gone. The doctor, a short man in a lab coat as all the doctors in Kyle's life seemed to be, entered a few minutes later. He rounded the table on which the surgical unit sat to the touchscreen on one side of the unit. After getting Jack's assurance that his hand and arm were entirely numb, he started the machine, saying it might take up to half an hour to remove all slivers and repair all damage. The doctor then left the room, closing the door behind him, and so Kyle and Haruna looked expectantly at Jack, who glared back before at last beginning to speak. Jack, I'll try to condense this story. He was my father's firstborn son. But the laws of the colony they were in said that only a legitimate child could inherit. And so instead, my father decided to raise Terry alone, at least until he had a legitimate child. Harune, I didn't know laws apply to the old man. Jack, it was a different time. So what happened was he cast the mother away, with money and clones and everything else she might want, or so he said. The anesthesia must have been working with how unusually honest Jack was being about his father, Kyle thought. Kyle. So then one of him raised Brunner alone? Jack. For some years, yes. Bought an island and made a full interface clone, started raising Terry. In retrospect, he was too violent as a parent. He gave Terry a kitten and he named her Petals. He made Terry kill that kitten, then secretly cloned her and gave her back as a surprise jewel gift, only to make Terry kill her again. Kyle. Fucking hell. So what happened next? Jack. It was the beginning of the end. In the coming months, the old man married Victoria's mother. She became his favorite. Then the rest of the kids started to appear on the scene, and he started to forget Terry. And so Terry started to forget him back. He stopped following orders until one day Terry crossed the line and father sent him to school and told him to enlist after graduation and the fuck away. Harune, what was the line? Jack. It sounds so stupid now. My father has a rule for his boys. Have all the girls you can get your hands on, except the women he has his kids with. Terry crossed that line. And so when father sent him away, he left. But not before burning down the island he grew up on. Harune. How little things vary. Jack. Quite. And so that's most of what I know. I haven't really seen him since I was 14. Kyle. Wait. Most of what you know? You haven't really seen him? What do you mean? Jack. I was getting there, motherfucker. Do you see the shit I deal with, Harune? Harune. We should compare notes. Jack. Why don't we? Kyle. If you two are done, can we get back on topic? Jack. Yeah. Anyway, I saw him once about 15 years ago at a port. He was in civilian clothes and with two women I didn't recognize. They looked a good deal better off than him. And that's what I always heard when I'd put my ear to the ground. After he enlisted and trained, he disappeared. Found his way from person to person with the money to help him out. Kyle. Is that all you know? Yes, Jack said after a pause. Too long a pause. The kind of pause one was meant to notice and allow to pass. And so Kyle did, as did Harune, a glance at whom revealed that he too had noticed it. Fine, Kyle said. What else can he do? I have no idea, Jack said, sounding truthful this time. But I suspect not too much. I do wonder why his handlers let him stay kidnapped. I noticed that too, Haruna muttered, then looked up alarmed and asked. Father, Uncle, did you shower on the trip over? Yes, Kyle said. Both of us did. Why? And Max? And Iridia? Haruna pressed. Max showered at the same time I did? Kyle said. So did she, I assume? She wasn't covered in blood when we got here. What's wrong, kid? Contact transferable technology, Haruna said. It occurred to me he might have some, and they're tracking us through that. They let him be kidnapped so they could follow us. Hoffnitz can scan for that. Jack volunteered. Good thinking. I'll try and raise her, Harune said, flipping open his wrist computer. They're on the trains, Jack reminded. Don't bother. They'll be fine. And what happens to whatever the shower knocks off? Harune asked. The ship either vents it out into space or breaks it down for the food printer, Kyle said reassuringly. At last, Harune seemed to relax slightly. Good thinking, Jack said. You're learning, Harune. It's nothing, Harune said, failing to avoid a slight pink creeping over his cheeks. Soon enough, Jack's treatment ended, and the three men left the secret clinic, after being made to sign a non-disclosure agreement and reminded that they would also fall into trouble if they disclosed the existence of the clinic, as the clinic had surveillance footage on hand. Kyle decided to make the clinic an offer, protection in exchange for discounts for the Medusas. The offer was declined in no uncertain terms. You make friends wherever you go, Jack said once the three were back on the streets of New Berlin. And you always are there to help me, Kyle shot back. I'm wishing you cunts would shut up, Harune muttered. In time, Kyle, Jack, and Harune had made their way back to the Eagle's Claw and were ready for the next phase. Hoffnitz used one of her full-body scanners on all present, finding no evidence of any kind of nanites beyond those which they all had already, as a matter of course. All right then, Jack said once the scans were complete. Let's do this. Start with his clothes. Those serial numbers can be traced. I looked at the implants. Hoffnitz volunteered. They're not human. The serials are in some language I've never seen. Let me take a look. Kyle volunteered and followed Hoffnitz to the kitchen where the few implants that she'd been able to find and remove had been laid out. I checked them, Max, who stood looking over the implants, said. They're not giving off a signal at all. They're safe. Good, Kyle said, picking up one rather large specimen which looked like a hearing aid, but couldn't have been, as Brunner didn't wear such a device. Not that one, Hoffnitz said. That's an American one. Look at the little silver ones. Should he even have had American implants? Kyle asked. They're cheap, Hoffnitz shrugged, but the silver ones aren't. And they're new. Going by the scar tissue, less than a month old. Accepting this answer, Kyle picked up one of the smaller silver implants, which were all a curious sort of crescent shape, rounded at one end. Kyle's eyes had a built-in zoom function, which he used to read the tiny etchings on the implants. It's the script for the language of Aldebaran, Kyle said in surprise. Serial numbers. What does that mean? Someone who'd come into the kitchen asked. I've no fucking idea, Kyle said. Odd, I don't have anything about them in my database. I do, Max said, sounding a bit alarmed. We were taught about them when I was a kid. And, Kyle asked. They're the enemy, Max said. Planet is in an exclusion zone. Kyle, for their sake or ours? Ours, Jack said, entering the room. I'd better update my father. I'll come with you, Kyle said. Yes, you and Max, Jack said, and led them outside. Emmerman was visibly shaken by the news of Brunner apparently working for the Aldabarites, as one might expect. He was however relieved to hear of the efforts which the Medusas were using to trace those whom Brunner had met with. Kill them when you find them, Emmerman said, a faraway look in his eyes. I'll see you have access to facial recognition and so forth. No interrogations? Max asked. No, Emmerman said instantly. Just execute and don't investigate. Their cells will come to light in due time. I don't want to buy a war before I must. Learned that a long time ago. Kyle thought privately for a moment about this statement, and of how many wars Emmerman had bought, and of what untold wealth and age he must have in order to make such a statement. It was another tiny reminder to Kyle of how little he truly knew. I could continue with a detailed account of this operation, but as an author, I must make an honest confession. I have no interest in it, and my mind is blocking much. Thus, I will summarize. The trace was somewhat successful. With a few calls and photographs sent into the spaceport of New Munich, it was determined that Brunner had come in a private, uncrewed ship under the assumed name of Norbert Weiler, and had left a few days after the Medusas had captured him in perfect health, indicating he'd been able to afford a dip in a regen tank, apparently a less restricted commodity in New Munich. His destination given was the city of Geretsburg on Callisto, and a check at the port's registration on Brunner's ship matched this. From this, a trip to Geretsburg was made. For one thing, Brunner's address was found. On Emmerman's orders, the Medusas left him alone. Emmerman intended to dispatch a spy to watch Brunner at all times. What the Medusas were allowed to do, however, was find the two Aldabranites whom Brunner had met with. They did this by heading to Brunner's favorite bar, and after a few threats, getting a hold of surveillance footage, which they used to trace the Aldabranites via facial recognition, finding that they'd also been living in Geretsburg under false paperwork. The Aldabranite couple were unceremoniously executed. As enemies of the state, this execution was legal. In the apartment which the Aldabranites had lived in, the Medusas found a small surgical room and a small portal generator. These weren't lone infiltrators, that much was clear. They had a very rich network. While the Aldabranites looked at first like ordinary blonde and blue-eyed Germans, making them invisible, when they were killed, one difference was notable. Their blood was a dark rusty brown, not the scarlet of a solar human. Upon the return to the Eagle's Claw, Max went to work on his assignment. He trained the Medusas on everything he knew as regards virtual reality interrogation. How to enter it, how to create environments from scratch, how to plumb the subject's subconscious, and how to persist if one was subjected to it oneself. Max was an excellent teacher, it turned out. He'd learned much from the tutelage styles of Kyle and his other instructors. It was a little further step towards Max's rise to becoming a great officer. The taught had become the teacher. Author's note: a short chapter, as I couldn't honestly summon the excitement to write it in a more detailed fashion. It is important info to be remembered, however, as usual. Chapter 13. In the weeks and months following the mission to track Brunner, the Medusas once again entered somewhat of a lull. That's not to say there was no work, there certainly was, but it was fairly dull. For the most part, it was errands for their various clients accrued at the glass hub, threats made to competitors on the black market, one or two contracts signed to protect a few people on dangerous off-world trips, including Salvador Coronado. One mission which the Medusas were contracted for, made somewhat interesting for its novelty, was that assigned by a celebrity chef, known mononymically as Gerhard, who asked the Medusas for the legs of a giant spider. Gerhard was attempting to start a campaign to encourage colonists to eat spiders more, an assignment from the government to cut down on the general overpopulation of spiders. To be asked to kill a single spider was rather insulting, and so only one Medusa went on the errand, and was quite successful, but the cause had enough novelty to make it stand out. Other than these few errands, the Medusas decided to improve their general quality of life on Mars. Haruna's credit card, their new best friend, came in very handy. To start, upgrades to the house were made, such as a needle cast, antenna for the television, a few plugins for the house AI, a stronger central heating system, and eventually a few small outbuildings, including a small greenhouse, along with plants and other components for hydroponic farming. Plans were made to build out the main house further, which didn't happen immediately due to cost and time constraints, but the purchasing of materials began. Of course, time also had to be split with the Camp Hero house, and as they were still under contract, Project Phoenix missions were still not infrequent. Most of the ones which Kyle was called on bore remarkable resemblance to those he'd been taken on in the opening months following his arrival at Camp Hero, guarding small groups of children on simple missions. Only rarely did such missions run into danger. Rarely does not mean never, however. I'll document a few below. On one occasion, Kyle and the young soldiers he led were sent to an archipelagic planet in some unspecified corner of deep space. This planet, while appearing Earth-like, had an unbreathable atmosphere, and so the assets wore helmets with air filters built in, alongside their usual smart suits worn underneath their fatigues, the latter of which contained digital camouflage. David piloted the shuttle which held the group of about a dozen soldiers, all in their early teens save Kyle, David, and the mission's overseeing officer, a young fair-haired gentleman from South Carolina known as Alexander Stephens McGill. McGill, despite his thick Appalachian accent, was one of the officers whom Kyle respected. He couldn't be more than 5 years older than Max, at least his linear age, yet he commanded respect and was an expert strategist. The planet which the mission occurred on was, in addition to being covered in many archipelagos, mostly tropical. It reminded Kyle of Bellatrix Secunda. He thought of asking, then knew he'd not receive an answer, given that it hadn't been said in the first place. In any event, Kyle and the others were on this planet in search of an artifact known only as the Heart. They'd been given a vague set of coordinates, the one scouting group, before having not actually seen the artifact. It was, in a word, ridiculous, but it was orders, and they must be followed. For at least an hour, the group simply flew over the little archipelago which lay in the coordinate parameters which they'd been given. The turquoise canopy was high and thick. They couldn't see much. Indeed, the only indication that the islands were at all inhabited were the occasional stone chimneys piping smoke just over top of the canopy they peeked from. "I don't like it," McGill said at last. "I don't like it at all." All eyes turned to the front of the little ship. At the helm, sitting alongside David, was a girl. This girl, a blonde of about 15 years old from within the former Czechoslovakia. Her name may be lost to history, however her function was as one of those rare individuals known in Project Phoenix as oracles of time. An explanation of this term is thus needed. Sometime, about 8 years after the revolution, Jimmy had gotten an idea. Rather than outpouring quite so many resources towards checking and rechecking the timeline via the studies and missions from within the historicity department, why not make use of those with an almost impossibly heightened gift of nonlinear sight? And so the Time Oracle program was born, and a few dozen of the most gifted possible nonlinear sight specialists of various ages had been shipped into Camp Hero and the various satellite bases of Project Phoenix. The Time Oracle program's reception had been decidedly mixed. While most of the infantrymen and spies were glad of the added level of certainty, and the mission commanders glad of usually having a high-level nonlinear sight expert to take along, the reception of this new class of persons was not universally popular. Those in the historicity department were particularly displeased by the fact that their department had been drastically cut. Many in this department who had worked there for decades had almost overnight been given new and unfamiliar jobs, often to other bases or off-planet altogether. The chain of command had thinned so that Norma Jean Pierce had been promoted to head of the historicity department. To celebrate, one of the Medusas had insisted on inviting her to the glass hub, where she had then insisted on commandeering the bar to mix her own drink. "Are you excited?" Kyle had overheard Max asking Norma Jean at one point. "It's the best thing that's ever happened to me," Norma Jean had said, sounding unconvinced of her own words before continuing. "It's just at so many people's expense." Max chuckled at this, then proceeded to give Norma Jean a very fascistic-minded speech about the strong rising to the top and the right to take power. This gave Kyle a little surge of pride, thinking that he'd raised his boy right. Now, to return to the mission which I was relaying. "It's odd," the Time Oracle, who sat blindfolded next to David, said. "I'm only seeing quiet villages." "I still don't like it," McGill murmured. "Daedalus, what do you suggest?" Kyle walked to the window of the little ship and looked out, a few of the trainees following him. They were hard to identify given their gas masks and thick helmets, and no one had seemed very talkative on this mission, but Kyle wondered if they might have been some of his trainees whom he'd had to leave behind when Jimmy had partially fired him. In any event, Kyle soon saw a possible solution. That river down there, Kyle said, gesturing to a river which flowed through the mountains on the largest island. I'm getting an odd feeling that's where we're supposed to go. Well, isn't that fucking? McGill began, then stopped his sarcasm, a more thoughtful look coming over his face before he continued. I was thinking the same. Apollo, take us down there, fly along the top of the river, at least we can see under the canopy. Yes, sir, David said, and aimed the shuttle down towards the river. For a short while, the trip along the river was undisturbed. All looked out the window at the banks of the river beneath the canopy where they at last saw the settlements of the planet's native population. The buildings were mostly single-story stone huts. The roofs were covered in thick vines, braided together and in some way attached to the roofs, presumably for waterproofing. The native population were humanoids about 5 feet tall on average with deep blue skin, enormous gold eyes, pointed ears, black or white hair, and long prehensile tails which emerged from cut holes in their robes and skirts. In retrospect, it should have been alarming that few of the aliens so much as looked up as the Project Phoenix ship flew by, though none except possibly McGill had any knowledge of the level of technology or contact which this planet had. In any event, the trip along the river came to an abrupt end when from the forest came flying a massive golden beam, aimed directly for the little ship. Holy shit! David shouted, tilting the ship upward with inhumanly fast reflexes. David's maneuver was mostly successful, as none of the beam hit any of the ship's windows which were her only truly sensitive areas. However, while the body of the ship could withstand the blow, it was still violent enough to blow the ship sideways, past the bank of the river and into the forest. Rather roughly, the ship landed. Hostiles outside, McGill demanded, after glancing around and seeing that no one was injured. Only across the river, the Time Oracle confirmed. All right, everybody out! Kyle ordered, and without a word, David opened the back door of the ship. Everyone snapped from their shock, offloading from the ship with their rifles raised, heading to the jungle. All the soldiers present had enough training to handle this scenario. As always on these sort of operations, protecting the Time Oracle was considered the very top priority. As such, all the soldiers huddled around her while they plunged into the jungle, with her in turn telling them where to go. The Time Oracle performed her job correctly. Not a single Project Phoenix soldier was killed on this operation. The population of the island was actually quite primitive. The gun which had fired the beam was clearly from some ancient civilization which had left the planet or gone extinct. Kyle, as always, felt slightly sick at the wholesale execution of the locals, but carried it out anyway, and ordered those who seemed at all hesitant to do so to continue it in no uncertain terms. Not only did it mean their lives, but in Kyle's mindset, killing was the sacred duty they all must perform, unpleasant as they no doubt often found it. The civilization didn't stand a chance against plasma rifles and highly enhanced soldiers, valiantly though they fought. The heart was one of the most unique and advanced artifacts Kyle ever encountered. It was found deep inside a cave in the large island's central mountain. The oddest part was that no one and nothing told the group where to go to find it. They simply walked towards it, almost zombified, to this cave where they found what was, they somehow knew. The heart. The heart itself was an enormous blue crystal, pear-shaped and cut and polished, about the size of a melon. The stone also glowed from some unseen source. A remarkable thing happened as soon as all entered the chamber where it was held. Instantly, all the small cuts or bruises the group had sustained vanished, and suddenly their zombie-like state of mind ended. No longer inhibited, McGill picked up the heart and all left unmolested. As the Project Phoenix interlopers and their little ship left, they saw something quite remarkable, which explained why the artifact was called the Heart. A very fitting name as it turned out. As the invaders left, their bounty in hand, a glance down showed the entire archipelago below dying. The islands had been existing on some sort of harmonic resonance linked to the heart which had kept them alive in entirety. This explained, among other things, why there had been no farming or cooking facilities among the indigenous population, and not a single animal dropping anywhere in the forests. Not uncommon also in this period were more of the classic gate control missions of the type which Kyle had been introduced to in Cheyenne Mountain. Most of these emanated from Camp Hero and for the most part were unremarkable, at least for a while. On one such mission, Kyle had yet another encounter with the giant blue worms, of the same species which had killed Andrew. He took a sadistic joy in shredding the worms with the projectiles of his gun. One worm got close enough that Kyle killed it with his Arasaka sword, the other assets standing away, visibly taken aback at his violence. Another operation of the gate control variety was one which Kyle did not witness, but which Max told him about his own participation in after the fact, concerned an operation underwater off the coast of Florida, according to the coordinates. On this operation, the operatives had entered the gate and found some kind of pocket universe, which was a seemingly infinite Caribbean island, inhabited by distant descendants of some long-extinct indigenous tribe. The inhabitants called their land Kokomo. This mission left an impression on Max such that he wrote a song. There is some dispute between my memory and the memories of others as to exactly when the song was written and released. As the song contained references to places on Earth, Max was required to state that it was a cover of a song written before 1953, and so almost none of the patrons of the Glass Hub ever knew he had written it at all of his numerous performances. The song was the following.
Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama. Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go? Jamaica, off the Florida Keys. There's a place called Kokomo. That's where you wanna go to get away from it all. Bodies in the sand, tropical drink melting in your hand. We'll be falling in love to the rhythm of a steel drum band. Down in Kokomo, Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama, Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go down to Kokomo? We can play it fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. We gotta Kokomo. Martinique, that Montserrat mystique. We'll put out to sea and we'll perfect our chemistry. By and by we'll defy a little bit of gravity. Afternoon delight, cocktails and moonlit nights. That dreamy look in your eye, give me a tropical contact high. Way down in Kokomo, Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama, Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go down to Kokomo? We can play it fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. We gotta Kokomo. Port-au-Prince, I wanna catch a glimpse. Everybody knows a little place like Kokomo. Now if you wanna go and get away from it all, go down to Kokomo. Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama, Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go down to Kokomo? We can play it fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. We gotta Kokomo. Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama, Key Largo, Montego,
The gate to Kokomo was moved to a space station outside the solar system, and Kokomo itself was developed by breakaway real estate developers, who turned a portion of it into a tropical resort spot, very cheap by breakaway standards due to there being no official owners to rent from. Kokomo became known as the poor man's New Atlantis. The locals became eligible to take exams to become citizens of certain Derbund colonies, though few did. There is one final mission which I would like to draw the reader's attention to, in keeping with the tropical theme. This was a mission handed down to the Medusas only by the authorities of Project Phoenix, and meant yet another journey to Vietnam. Like a bad penny, that shithole keeps coming back, was Haruna's observation. It's revenge directed at your people, Chang shot back. Now, Surabaya chuckled. Remember you're outnumbered. As usual, the Medusas geared up, and after a general plan of strategy, they set off for the portal room. For one of the last times, as it would turn out, Mark Muehlbauer, still in a body kept at about 9 years old, operated the chair and portal. This mission had a somewhat unusual structure for those of its type. The gate had already been moved, and the Medusas were sent in to clear the aliens who had come through already. The gate had been in the ruins of the ancient site of my son. The aliens, as it turned out, were enormous spiders. Not quite the size of the spiders of Mars, and considerably squishier, as well as hairy rather than shelled. However, their greater maneuverability on the terrain gave them an advantage. Even still, the Medusas had begun to feel that these bug hunts were not up to their standard, and even more than this, they knew that Emmerman's patience wouldn't last. Thus, they were determined to begin seeking more, higher-level contracts. Kyle did have one rather sobering experience on this mission. He'd left the group into the jungle a ways, looking for a place to relieve himself, when he came face to face with a spider, clearly a male due to his narrower abdomen. Kyle raised his rifle, but the spider didn't attack. He simply stared. For a moment, Kyle wondered if the spider might be dead already, then had the thought that this might be an ambush. Before he could check his perimeter, the spider spoke to him telepathically. "Spider, stay calm. I don't want to do you any harm." "Are you alone?" "Spider, I've gotten turned around. I have a question, Solarin. Why do you have to kill me?" "We mean no harm. We'd like to integrate with your species." "I have no answer. I just follow the orders I'm given. Listen." Kyle swallowed. "Kyle, turn around and run into the forest, and I'll let you go. Just leave." Now, the spider, to Kyle's surprise, didn't need to be told twice. Kyle blinked once, quashing all emotion as he raised his gun and fired a volley of shots into the fleeing spider, shredding him to pieces in under a second, at least ensuring he didn't suffer. Kyle then quashed his emotions and turned to relieve himself as he'd come to do. Kyle had, of late, been working on suppressing his emotions. Just a few days after this mission, Surabaya came bursting into the men's camp hero house, with some shocking news to upset the languid morning. "Mark Muehlbauer," Surabaya said. "He's gotten a transfer. Finally." "Well," Jack said. "Holy shit. No one deserves it more." "I'll have to get him a gift," Kyle said, rising. "When does he go?" 3 days, Surabaya explained. "Everyone wants to get gifts. They're saying only certain things can go on the ship." "I'll get him a book," Kyle said decisively. "I'll have to go to New Berlin." "Fuck, I hope they let him be a man wherever he goes," Haruni muttered. Kyle couldn't have agreed more. And so, to get their gifts, Kyle and the rest went to Prometheus, and thus flew to New Berlin. My conversations with Max have shown that he purchased a WWY Iron Cross for Mark. While it was rather a given that Mark would be heavily decorated once picked up by Nachtwaffen, in the eyes of the survivors of the Reign of Terror, no amount of honors could ever be enough, and at any rate, there were few things approved. Kyle, for his part, purchased a book, as promised. He went to a rather dusty bookstore and asked the old man who worked there for something befitting a young man about to go on a journey. He got what he asked for. For his part, Jimmy saw to it that Mark received a hero's goodbye. In the center of the Time Bubble's version of Montauk Township, Jimmy ordered a massive street party with only the best food and drink and a 200-piece orchestra. Jimmy then drove Mark to the site of the party himself to party for a number of hours before the portal to the ship was to open. To begin, after leaving Jimmy's Jeep, Mark was surfed over the crowd by way of their hands, then set free. The party is an utter blur in memory, save that it was perhaps the only truly joyful few hours ever universally had at Camp Hero, excepting possibly those few after the successful revolution, which of course Kyle had missed. It had to end, of course. The portal opened right in the center of Montauk Township, and as if on cue, all lined the central street. Mark came forward to take his final bow, walking down the street alone and saying his last goodbyes, and in an instant the orchestra moved into position, alongside the opera singer Jimmy had chosen to sing the song to end Mark Muehlbauer's final day at what had been his home. One submitted by Mark's brother, Anthony Muehlbauer, who was to remain at Camp Hero. Many seemed surprised when the singer who took to the stage was Sandra Saunders Roth, who sang the following song. I've kept the print lyrics as I regen them from the actual event.
Stands the test that lays upon the altar, the dearest and the best, the love that never falters, the love of peace that thrives, the love that makes undaunted the final sacrifice, and as I love the planet, so long ago, oh, still I love her, most greater than I know. We may not count her armies, we may not see her queen, her fortresses, her faithful heart, her brightest star. And soul by soul and silently her shining bounds increase, and her ways are ways of gentleness, and all her paths are peace. Oh, I hear my planet calling away across the sea, across the wastes of ethers. She calls and calls to me. Her sword flames by her side, her helmet on her head, and in regal boots she's waiting, the blood of glorious dead. I hear the noise of battle, the fine train of her guns. I haste to leave my mother, the son of my sons. I hear the noise of battle, the thunder of her guns. I haste to leave my mother, a son of my sons.
Kyle stood near the portal, as it turned out, making him among the last 20 or so to say goodbye to young Mark and hand him his gift. Kyle's final words to Mark were simple. No matter how far you go, you'll always be a hero, and you'll always be home in your heart. Kyle's last gift to Mark was an annotated edition of the Teutonic Arthurian classic narrative Parzival. Kyle had left an inscription that he hoped would guide Mark for however long he may live. Never forget, my boy, you are a German man. Your forever friend, Kyle Delschau. Author's note. A very multi-subject chapter to be sure. Stories I felt must be told, as they certainly affected Kyle's life. To Mark Muehlbauer when and if he should read this. Welcome home, brother. Chapter 14. I would now like to draw the reader's attention to an interlude which happened not long after Shinji Sr.'s funeral, a happening which, while joyful, all would come to wish had happened many years sooner. It began as so many moments on one weekday morning at the Eagle's Claw. Kyle and a few others sat in the living room, doing whatever they were doing to pass the time. As they did so, the house's television announced an incoming transmission, and Jack stood and approached the television, instructing the house AI to accept the transmission. Kyle also stood next to Jack, both men reflexively straightening their hair in cuffs. Kyle and Jack were greeted, as it turned out, by a middle-aged looking Asian woman wearing thick-rimmed glasses, seated in a little office with cream-colored walls and a traditional Japanese screen at her back, looking intently into her screen. Konbanwa, the woman said, as Kyle and Jack emerged on her screen, adopting a friendly yet businesslike demeanor. Konbanwa, Kyle and Jack repeated in near unison, with a bow. Have I reached the Eagle's Claw? The woman asked. Yes, madam, Jack said. Whom are you calling on behalf of? I'm looking for Yoshiro Tsurabaya, the woman explained. Is he in residence? Kyle and Jack glanced at each other. Kovac, who sat at one edge of the room, also caught their glances, and all three chuckled, no doubt imagining that this woman was some conquest of Tsurabaya's seeking some sort of reparations. Tsurabaya, Kyle called out. Get your sushi-eating ass down here. The sound of footsteps thumping down the stairs and towards the living room echoed through the house, until at last Tsurabaya entered the room. The fucking abuse, Tsurabaya grumbled. What does your sausage-eating ass want, Kyle? You have a guest, Jack said, gesturing at the screen where the woman who had called was seen, leaned back in her office chair in full-throated laughter. Why didn't you say so? Tsurabaya asked, then approached the screen. Good day, madam. I don't believe you and I are... Tsurabaya began, then stopped as he got a good look, his mouth slowly dropping open. The woman had stopped laughing and was now staring back at Tsurabaya. Fumiko? Tsurabaya stammered, his eyes glazing over. Is that you? Yes, the woman said with a smile. You look like your father. All right, Kyle said. Who is this? Oh, my manners, Tsurabaya said, snapping back to reality. This is my aunt, Fumiko Tsurabaya. Yes, though it's Fumiko Oda now, Fumiko said. I'm your friend's father's sister. Is anyone else alive? Tsurabaya asked, sounding painfully hopeful. My parents? My sisters? My brother? Just us, Fumiko said, turning sober. And I think it's best if I tell you in person. Yes, Jack said, stepping in front. I'm your nephew's commanding officer. Feel free to come see us any time, Madame Oda. Call me Auntie Fumiko. Madame Oda laughed. And Yoshiro-kun, come see me any time. I have photographs and... I'll come tomorrow, Tsurabaya said impulsively, and after saying goodbyes and getting Auntie Fumiko's address, in New Kyoto, as it turned out, the transmission ended. I'll go with you, Kyle said, chuckling. So you'll not get in trouble if we miss a contract because you were gone. Congratulations. With a nod looking very distant now, Tsurabaya left the room. Still sitting off to one side, Kovac let out a low whistle. No one else seemed to be present in this part of the house, and so not having much better to do, Kyle went upstairs, packing his bags for the next day. He found Tsurabaya sitting on his bunk, staring off into the distance. For a bit, Kyle simply packed, whistling to himself, but he looked up to see that Tsurabaya had apparently not so much as blinked, judging by the glaze forming on his eyes. What's on your mind? Kyle asked. At last, Tsurabaya blinked and turned his face back to Kyle. I'm trying to remember my baby brother's name, Tsurabaya explained, and I can't. He must have been about 2 when I left. That was a long time ago, Kyle said, then switching to a lighter tone added, I mean, look at you. You're practically fossilized. Fuck you, Tsurabaya chuckled, returning slightly to his usual self. If you don't understand something, ping me and I'll play the idiot friend and ask your behalf, Kyle offered. Thank you, Surabaya said sincerely. Maybe you're not useless after all. In truth, Kyle of course had thoughts beyond kindness to his friend. The fact was that Auntie Fumiko couldn't be trusted, not to mention questions such as how she'd found Surabaya at all, nor why it had taken her so long, not to mention that it was very concerning that she had gotten the dial code for the Eagle's Claw. At the same time, Kyle didn't have the heart to tell Surabaya this quite yet, and had faith that his friend would think of it himself. It wasn't as if he had a chance of sleeping that night. Dinner that night was the next time that all the Medusas were together. The attitude was universally congratulatory for Surabaya, but on a couple of faces Kyle saw a flash of sadness. No doubt a few of his comrades were thinking of their own families whom they also hadn't seen in years or decades, or of the fact that they had no families to begin with to their knowledge. But in any event, all were happy for Surabaya. After dinner, Kyle slipped to the glass hub and passed several hours clearing his head, as he no doubt would have put it, with one of the girls, specifically Amelia, the one whom he'd first hired on No Hale. After a while, as Kyle laid back on the cubicle's bed, feeling very satisfied after emptying himself twice, Amelia dropped a bombshell. You'll be the first to know, Amelia explained. I'll be leaving in a few days. Kyle sat up in the bed. Why? Kyle asked. You get a better offer? Well, Amelia said, I've always had the dream of being a housewife and novelist with a rabbit hutch. I've got a client who'll give me the last two. Congratulations, Kyle said, meaning it, even as he wondered for Amelia's safety. As Kyle looked at Amelia on the bed, realizing this was likely the last time he'd see her naked, he felt a movement once again in his crotch. Perhaps he wasn't quite satisfied after all, and thus began moving his hands to all the right places. One last round. For old time's sake, Kyle said with a lecherous grin. Amelia agreed, and so both made sure this round counted. After Amelia, Kyle had his usual cocktail and at last returned to the house. He found both Surabaya and David, the latter of whom of course would be required to fly Kyle and Surabaya to New Kyoto. It made Kyle think, and not for the first time, that it might be time to look for a backup pilot, in the event of David's death or sudden transfer. Also that morning, or one very close to it, Max came crawling from his bed with a rather nasty hangover, begging for coffee. As he explained it, he'd gotten into a drinking contest with Joshi, and had lost. Quite humiliatingly, actually, as Joshi walked around utterly unaffected, his chest puffed out triumphantly. Jesus Christ, you tried to beat an Irishman at his own game? Kyle said in his best Irish accent as he poured Max's coffee. Yeah, fuck you, laugh all you want, Max growled. I do believe I will, Kyle laughed, which he kept doing the rest of the morning. Soon enough, Kyle, Surabaya, and David reached Prometheus. David took to the pilot's seat, and Kyle and Surabaya took seats on the bridge. All right, Kyle said as David started Prometheus. Let's review what you know. So, what was your father's name? Daisuke, Surabaya said. Daisuke Surabaya. He was a policeman or some such. He liked to bicycle and play practical jokes. Very good, Kyle said. And your mother? Misaki, Surabaya said easily. Misaki Surabaya. She was a bookworm and liked to carve wood. Kyle, and her maiden name? Surabaya. I can't remember. Not to save my life. Kyle. That's all right. And your siblings? How many, and their ages when you left? Surabaya. 3 older sisters, 1 little brother that I know of. My oldest sister was nearly a woman when I left. Her name was Matsuko, I think. My second sister liked me. Her name was Kasumi. My third sister I can't remember. We always fought. Kyle, you're doing well. Your younger brother? Surabaya smiled at this memory. Surabaya. His name was Genji, after a very old book. My mother insisted. My father was furious that his son had such an outdated-sounding name, so my father retaliated by ensuring that Genji's first word was a swear word. That wasn't long before I left. Are you sure Genji isn't Max? Kyle chuckled, then continued. Anyone or anything else? How about your grandparents? Aunts or uncles besides Auntie Fumiko? Surabaya. I know she's some years younger than father. I can't seem to remember any other relatives for sure. I do remember an old woman who visited regularly. always criticizing my mother's cooking. Quite rightfully, too, but I don't know if she was related to us. Kyle, you've done well. We can figure out the rest. All right, ladies. David cut in. We're orbiting Triton. Kyle and Surabaya looked up, seeing the rather depressing gray upon gray surface of Triton, close enough to see the glow of a few force fields denoting the various small spaceports of New Kyoto. David dutifully aimed toward these. New Kyoto, it turned out, must have expanded a good deal since Kyle's last visit, enough to warrant 3 brand new spaceports, one each for military visitors, civilian visitors, and Arasaka robotics employees. These ports were of the usual variety, large concrete rings covered in several layers of force fields. As usual again, Prometheus was hailed and given directions to lower slowly through the first force field covering the civilian landing pad, then stop immediately, at which point she was boarded by security personnel dressed head to toe in black on tiny flying motorcycles who checked weapons and identification. Welcome home, said the security officer who scanned Kyle's serial number. Kyle hadn't thought of it, but this was his first time he'd be properly seeing the city in which he'd been built. To think, Surabaya murmured as Prometheus entered the spaceport, of all the times I was here and didn't know. David landed Prometheus on one of the usual pressure pads, and the men offloaded, following one of the spaceport's elevated walkways to one of its many elevators, descending into the city. The elevator was a large, circular glass affair, which afforded the passengers a view of the crust of Triton as they descended through it. While the surface had been a nearly uniform gray, the ice became sparkling and multicolored, indeed almost iridescent below the surface. It was a remarkable sight. It's like an entrance to Asgard, David said in an almost religious-sounding awe. Well, I doubt you'll find many Nordic nymphs, was Kyle's contribution, and more's the pity. The distance into the moon was surprisingly short, certainly a good deal shorter than would have been on most underground Martian settlements. The elevator exited the ice and rock crust into a massive cavern filled with the city of New Kyoto. New Kyoto was surprisingly small, especially for a capital city. Kyle estimated it could hold no more than 100,000 souls, and if it was comfortable, probably only a quarter of that amount. The architecture, again somewhat unusually, was more or less entirely traditional, which clashed with the overwhelmingly modern clothing of the residents. The most modern thing, at least that could be seen on first glance, was the occasional holographic sign drifting through the air. As usual with these underground cities, the source of light was invisible, meaning that some form of photonic manipulation tech was in use. In the center of the city was a massive sakura blossom tree, real by the look of it. No prizes for guessing which princess that particular thing represents, Kyle said dryly. Better watch those kind of comments around here, Surabaya advised. You're in the belly of the beast. Kyle figuratively shut his mouth. The elevator landed at street level just past a rather wide thoroughfare. A pair of guards, most likely synthetics, both wearing black armor that looked rather like futuristic samurai wear, stood just past the elevator and waved the men through. Once on the street, Surabaya beckoned Kyle and David along, deeper into the colony. She said she was on level 3, Surabaya explained. I believe the way to get there is on the edge. Having no idea what the edge was, Kyle and David simply followed as Surabaya led them along the street to a streetcar station where they boarded one of the many maglev streetcars which chugged along through the city. The men handed over a bit of neoyen which they somehow had, along with the others boarding, and the streetcar set off. The ride to the edge, as Surabaya had called it, took rather a while. Kyle took advantage of this to lean out of the streetcar's window, admiring the architecture and the commitment which New Kyoto's architects had shown in keeping the entire city traditional. He also took note of the way in which the citizens of New Kyoto treated her synthetic population, who must be quite considerable. This aspect, it turned out, he admired less. While it seemed that synthetics had freedom of movement here, judging by the fact that he saw a number of the more obvious varieties going to and fro apparently freely, those who blended in like himself were still immediately visible by the fact that they all wore silver collars. His visitor status must be the only reason he'd been spared this humiliation, Kyle supposed. Eventually, the streetcar reached the edge, and it became obvious why this district was called such. The district itself looked much the same as the rest of the city, however it was on the edge of a cliff leading further down into Triton, and judging by the light coming up the cliff, there must be a good many structures down the side of the cliff and at its bottom. At first it looked as though the city simply ended at this cliff, but as one got close one could see that there were enormous panes of glass, connected every few hundred feet by sturdy poles, extending floor to ceiling in the cavern. Kyle supposed that the entrance to the colony must be at an angle such that this was invisible. Eventually, the streetcar reached a stop next to a bank of elevators descending into the ground. David, of course, wandered curiously towards the glass wall on the cliff's edge, and no doubt humoring him, Kyle and Surabaya followed. On approach to the cliff at the top of New Kyoto's edge, one could see that the terrain didn't end for long. Another mesa of gray rock stood about 100 feet beyond it. Every so far down the length of the structures of rock were carved more layers of New Kyoto, 5 in total built into the cliffs and a final layer in the valley between the mesas, about 3,000 feet down. Glass tube walkways connected the various levels from mesa to mesa. As the city descended, it looked as though it got increasingly modern, at least the parts of the levels visible from the top, so that the tiny district in the valley was fully cyberpunk. In all, it was quite an engineering feat. Eventually, of course, Kyle and David decided they'd done enough staring, or perhaps Surabaya decided such for them, and the men headed for the bank of elevators which descended to the lower districts. They saw essentially nothing of the second level, as it was the third they aimed for. Surabaya went quiet on the elevator ride, and so when it let off, Kyle and David simply followed him. Level 3 of New Kyoto, while still pleasant in its own way, was very different from the traditionalism above. Level 3 perhaps most resembled a largely residential Japanese town of the 1960s, a good deal less wealthy than the top level. There were no synthetics, no geisha houses, and the restaurants were of the simple variety open to the street, dishing out ramen, katsudon, and the like, rather than kaiseki cuisine. The ceiling of the district was also a good deal lower, naturally, so that no buildings rose above 5 stories, and the buildings were mostly concrete, though the roofs were still stylized, which somewhat lessened the district's drabness, as did the streetcars, which were prettily painted. As above, Surabaya led Kyle and David aboard a streetcar, and off they set. In time, the men reached a very residential district of rather tight, winding streets, and Surabaya instructed them to unload from the streetcar once again. This district was somewhat more traditional than much of Level 3 seemed to be, with more buildings of faux wood. Painted a very pale pink, with the doors to its 2-story apartments open to the street. Surabaya checked his wrist computer one last time and took a deep breath. "This is the address," Surabaya said as he let out his breath. "Fuck." Resolutely, Surabaya turned and knocked on the door of one of the pink building's apartments. It was answered almost instantly by Auntie Fumiko, in a white blouse and black pants, perfect for company. She beamed and stepped onto the porch, bowing slightly as she did so. Surabaya composed himself and returned the bow. "I'm glad to see you, Auntie," Surabaya said. "These are my friends, David Steinel and Kyle Delschow." David and Kyle bowed as they were introduced and then shook hands with Auntie Fumiko. Come in," Auntie Fumiko said at last and beckoned the men into the 2-story apartment. Auntie Fumiko's apartment, as it turned out, was not very large, though by New Kyoto standards it likely was, Kyle imagined, judging by how real estate in such colonies with limited space generally worked. As usual in Japanese households with limited space, just beyond the door was a small wooden floor where one could slip off one's shoes and exchange them for house slippers, separated from the rest of the household by way of a screen. None of the slippers on offer came even remotely close to fitting any of the men, but of course they pretended otherwise to be polite. "Auntie, how did you even find me?" Surabaya asked as he slipped out of his combat boots. "I was in New Munich paying my respects at Shinji-sama's funeral," Auntie Fumiko explained. "I saw you in the march. You look so much like your father that I took down the number on your armor and had a friend in the company check it, and she found you." It sounded innocent enough for now, Kyle decided, also noting that Arasaka Robotics had such stature in this society that it was simply called the company. All walked around the screen, onto the carpet, and into the apartment proper. To the right, just past the screen, a narrow staircase led to the right a few steps, then turned upwards to the apartment's 2nd story. To the left was a narrow living room with a few pieces of furniture. Beyond it a small dining room with a little round table, and at the back end a door to a little tiled kitchen. Underneath the stairs was a small door, presumably a coat closet or guest toilet. Kyle clocked only 2 weapons, the family katana and naginata, both mounted prominently on the wall to the left of the front door. The wall above the rather low green couch was more or less plastered with old photographs in little frames. Make yourselves at home, Auntie Fumiko began, but no one was much listening, as Tsurabaya was already walking to the photographs, looking shocked and dazed as he pulled one photograph off the wall. Auntie Fumiko approached to see, and Kyle and David followed. The photo was a black and white tintype of a man and boy. They were sat on a low-lying bench in what looked to be a park. The man wore a black policeman's uniform, typical of the Victorian era, save for the cap, which sat on the head of the boy, who was no older than 6. Who the man was could be in no doubt, as he looked exactly like a beardless and slightly less beefy Tsurabaya. In contrast to the stereotype of Victorian photographs, both of the subjects had very silly grins on their faces. Is that me? Surabaya asked, with that faraway look in one's eyes that mean one is recovering some long-lost piece of their soul. Yes, Auntie Fumiko said. With your father, back home in New Kanazawa. You loved wearing his cap. He called you Little Sergeant, Surabaya finished, a slight smile coming over his face. I loved my father very much. You did, Auntie Fumiko confirmed. What happened to all of them? Surabaya asked at last. My parents, my sisters, my brother. Where are they? At this question, Auntie Fumiko opened her mouth to speak, then caught the eyes of Kyle and David. Kyle didn't get the hint, being not especially intuitive, but David caught on immediately. Hey, David said. I need a cigarette. Come with me, Kyle. Almost roughly, David grabbed Kyle's arm and led him to the entryway, and then had him take off the tiny slippers, then step back onto the street. What was that all about? Kyle asked as he began slipping back into his boots. You giant clueless fucking oaf, David said. They need a moment. Oh, Kyle said, feeling very silly before he continued. Do you think he's safe in there? If I'm any judge of character, David said, then that woman never so much as swatted an insect crawling on her arm. Oh, yes! And we all know you're an excellent judge of character. Kyle quipped. I mean, look at you and... Lois, was that her name? The one. Bite your fucking tongue, David demanded, turning pink in an instant, earning him a demented chuckle from Kyle. Anyway, David said once he'd regained his composure, I do need a cigarette, and you can read the squiggles on everything around here. With this, Kyle and David set off up the street in search of one of the convenience stores they'd passed on the way. It didn't take them long to find one. The store they chose was of the old-fashioned variety, with faux wooden flooring and shelves and a blue curtain for a door. In addition to David's cigarettes, the pair purchased a little box of fancy sculpted candies as a guest gift for Auntie Fumiko, having only then realized they'd forgotten to bring one. The prices of both items were quite eye-watering, but manageable. Once Kyle and David had smoked 1.5 cigarettes each, David deemed that a suitable period had passed, and so they returned to Auntie Fumiko's apartment. David's intuition was either impeccable, or he'd used non-linear sight in order to detect the timing, as he was correct that it was now acceptable for them to return. Auntie Fumiko greeted them graciously, accepting the offered candies with the usual, etiquette-required show of surprise. Kyle and David re-entered the apartment and found Surabaya still looking over the wall of photographs. These photographs are all I have of the past, Auntie Fumiko said. And my swords and my teapot, of course. Oh, where are my manners? Would you gents like anything? Tea? Coffee? Sake? Food? Never mind, I'll just grab everything and you can choose. With that, Auntie Fumiko bustled off to the kitchen, leaving the men alone again, which Tsurabaya took as an opportunity to show Kyle and David the photographs. The collection was indeed impressive. Auntie Fumiko, who had taken most of the photographs, had managed to document her family's entire history, from their life in Kobe, to their sudden move to New Kanazawa in the early 1870s, to the births of Tsurabaya and his siblings, to Auntie Fumiko's own first marriage and then her second, and everything in between. She'd lived an interesting life for a civilian, Kyle thought. Tell me, David said, once Auntie Fumiko had finished setting out a veritable smorgasbord of drinks and foods. How did you leave Earth? It's so strange, Auntie Fumiko said. It was Kobe, in the early Meiji period. A few of us worked in the foreign concession. We met a Prussian officer, you can see him in one of the photographs. He offered us all passage to America. So we packed up and got onto the boat, and then we slept one night. When we woke, we were in a barracks under a dome and told to build a city with what they left us, and it became New Kanazawa in a few years. I suppose we should just be grateful we were pulled out before the catastrophe. And I was born in 1890? Surabaya asked. You were, Auntie Fumiko confirmed. How have you lived so long, outliving all the others? Kyle asked, rather impertinently perhaps, judging by the look Surabaya shot him. After my first husband died, I married well, Auntie Fumiko explained. Enough to afford a lifelong tank voucher which I kept after we divorced, which was an awfully long time ago. You had no children? Surabaya asked, rivaling Kyle for impertinence. No, was all Auntie Fumiko said in response. For the next while, several hours in fact, Kyle, David, Surabaya, and Auntie Fumiko simply sat around the apartment, eating, drinking, and being merry, looking at photographs, etc. Auntie Fumiko gave a much bowdlerized telling of the family's history since Surabaya had left. As Surabaya gave a more honest telling later on, I'll not relay Auntie Fumiko's version. Well, Auntie, Surabaya said after a glance at his watch, this has been quite something. Is there anything else you'd like me to see? Yes, Auntie Fumiko said. Your youngest sister, Ume. She worked for the company, and she's buried here. Let's go see her, Surabaya said, slowly rising. Auntie Fumiko nodded, then headed up the stairs, returning almost immediately later with a porcelain decanter of the kind in which one serves sake, this one delicately hand-painted with some kind of red vine-growing flower which Kyle had never seen before. Your mother painted this, Auntie Fumiko explained, soon after you left. It's beautiful, Surabaya said. What's it for? You'll see, Auntie Fumiko said, and led the men from the apartment. The Arasaka workers' graveyard, it turned out, was on the bottom level of the city, and so reaching it of course meant another ride on the streetcars back to the elevators through the levels of New Kyoto, and then along said elevators down to the bottom of the city. The bottom district seemed the most futuristic, as all of the buildings were skyscrapers and the usual holographic signs floated all about. Kyle would have liked to explore the district, but for now there was no time. The Arasaka workers' graveyard was tucked around the edge of one mesa, shrouded by a thicket of Japanese cedars, a small torii gate beckoning visitors onto a path which wove through the little forest. Auntie Fumiko led the men through. The forest wasn't very thick, but it served to make what lay beyond invisible. What lay beyond was two Shinto buildings, one on each side of a square. In the building to the right, one went and washed one's hands and face in a little basin, grabbed from a stack by the door and filled with water from a rather ancient pump inside. In this basin, one also washed the sake decanter one had brought, as it seemed all those present had. One then proceeded to the much larger building on to the left of the square, in which was a large square wooden pool of water, the rim of which was about waist height for most of those in the building, which was all red on the inside. Inside this building were several Shinto priests. After waiting in line, one would first hand the priest one reached a few token neo-yen, and then the priest would use a bamboo ladle to fill the sake bottle with water from the wooden pool. It's sacred? Auntie Fumiko explained. It comes from the mountain on the surface which Amaterasu showed to Kentaro Nagata in a vision, telling him that it was on the planet which was the new home of the Japanese people, and he simply knew the coordinates and took the fleet there. Do you really believe all that? Surabaya asked. I don't know, Auntie Fumiko shrugged, but it's nice to think it could be real. After getting one sake decanter filled, one proceeded past the square, through another gate to the burial ground itself. This burial ground was constructed in a very unique way, circular graveyards descending into the ground with gravestones of either marble or concrete descending downward, each one containing perhaps a dozen levels. Kyle counted 7 such descending graveyards. At the bottom of each one was what appeared to be a large mesh dome. Kyle couldn't see through it from up here. Another unique feature of these graves was that each of them featured a hole in their tops, and a glance around showed why. The mourners would pour the water from their sake decanters into the holes, but this didn't tell one very much. Auntie Fumiko led the men along to one of the terraced graveyards, explaining that it was home to Umi's final resting place. Kyle saw that the locals had adopted the Western tradition of inscribing phrases on their graves below their dates of birth and death. One grave caught his attention in particular, as under the name of the occupant, which he's fairly sure was called Ryuko Iwai, was a serial number and an emblem of a cog rather than the usual sun and flower emblems which most of the graves had. Is this a synthetic? Kyle asked. Do they bury synthetics here? If their owners wish to waste the money, yes, Auntie Fumiko said. Kyle held his tongue. He saw Tsurabaya open his mouth, but quickly drew his finger over his throat, and Tsurabaya shut up. David looked indignant, but also said nothing, as Auntie Fumiko led them the rest of the way to the grave, a black marble affair on one of this descending graveyard's lower levels, which read the following. Shimizu Ume, 009-504, Dancer in the Frost. Reverently, Tsurabaya took the decanter of sacred water and poured it into the hole in the center of Ume's gravestone. There would be such wonderful things to do if you were the only girl in the world and I were the only boy, Tsurabaya sang to himself as he poured the water. What brought that out? Auntie Fumiko asked as she took back the bottle. It was the first English song I ever learned, Tsurabaya said sheepishly. I guess it seemed appropriate. Come along, Auntie Fumiko said. I'll show you where the water goes. Auntie Fumiko led Tsurabaya, Kyle, and David from the grave then, back up to the walkway which ran parallel to the descending graveyards. Just past them was yet another staircase, narrow and winding down into the planet, very easy to miss, and had several members of the public not been heading down, one might assume that it wasn't meant for the public at all. At the bottom of this staircase was a massive subterranean garden, with winding stone paths all through it. The garden filled with various Japanese plants, bonsai trees, Japanese plum blossom trees, spider lilies, Camellia japonica, etc., all in raised beds to keep them off the paths. The garden was open to the outside via the mesh domes at the bottoms of the descending graveyards, providing the garden with most of its light, aside from the occasional grow lights placed around the garden beds. Above each of the beds in the garden ceiling were tiny holes, which Kyle stared intently at for a moment, and was rewarded by seeing water pour through, falling like rain on the bed of spider lilies which he stood next to. Auntie Fumiko caught Kyle's stare. That's the water that everyone pours, Auntie Fumiko explained. There's a system of pipes that distribute it all around the garden. It's so that every time you honor a death, you're helping to grow new life. It's beautiful, David said, wiping away a tear, which he no doubt would have blamed on the pollen. For a bit, Kyle, Tsurabaya, David, and Auntie Fumiko wandered the garden, looking at the truly remarkable foliage. But eventually, as must happen, the men's visit came to an end, as Auntie Fumiko said that the spaceport would be closing soon, and as Kyle and company were very low on Neo-Yen, it was likely best that they left. Please come again, Auntie Fumiko said, sounding almost as though she was begging. Of course, Tsurabaya said. It's been most remarkable seeing you again, Auntie. You'll have to come to Mars someday. Kyle, Tsurabaya, and David thus returned to Prometheus. After landing on the usual beach, Tsurabaya pulled Kyle and David aside to tell the honest story of what had happened to his family, not the softened tale Auntie Fumiko had told. Tsurabaya's father, Daisuke, had been the first to go. He'd not entirely agreed to Tsurabaya being taken, and had thus tracked down someone from the government, and had apparently demanded this person, at gunpoint, to tell him about the circumstances which Tsurabaya may have ended up in. What exactly he'd been told we shall never know, however it was apparently in some way horrific and humiliating, and the mere thought of his favorite child suffering such a fate had been too much to bear, and thus Daisuke had not long after been found dead in a secluded public garden, having shot himself with his own service revolver. Tsurabaya's mother, Misaki, had managed to recover from the shock, and though she'd lived rather scandalously with a man for several years in exchange for money and gifts, she'd never remarried, and had died an old woman in New Kanazawa, where she'd come to run a little shop, carving little wooden statues and hand-painting porcelain. Tsurabaya's eldest sister, Matsuko, had married apparently quite well to a very wealthy man by the surname Kawasaki, who hauled wood from planet to planet to build temples. This had ended rather badly when a set of ropes tied around a stack of logs being loaded onto a ship had failed, and the logs had fallen, crushing Matsuko and 5 other workers to paste on the ship's loading ramp. Tsurabaya's second sister, Kasumi, had done quite well for herself, and had left New Kanazawa as a young woman to teach at a German-Japanese cultural exchange school on a planet called Kalmantha, which Kyle had never heard of. Kasumi had apparently lived a happy life and died an old lady. Surabaya's third sister, Ume, was the most mysterious to pinpoint. She'd undergone military training after joining Arasaka Robotics and marrying her husband, a half-German, half-Japanese man called Alois Shimizu, and both had been killed as part of a combat unit which came to trouble, as the company had worded it. Little Genji had been quite damaged by his father's death and the negative attention turned on his family, and had run away as a teenager. His whereabouts had been totally unknown for many years, until an incident had occurred. A young pregnant woman had shown up on Misaki's door, claiming to be bearing Genji's baby, demanding money, and bringing with her a long list of other women whom Genji had impregnated then abandoned in the colony he'd moved to, where he'd been quite the playboy before falling drunk into a river and drowning. Misaki had sent this woman away. It should be noted that Genji's children's descendants, whomever and wherever they might be, are quite probably all that remains of the Surabaya family. "Brother, are you all right?" David at last asked once Surabaya had concluded. "I am," Surabaya said, "though it is strange to be part of a dying breed." Author's note. I would like to make a note on the dates given on Ume's gravestone, as I'm sure my readers have noticed that it seems rather odd. The procedure for gravestone dates in the breakaway is often thus: the year of one's birth going by the calendar in one's birth colony, followed by the year of one's death going sometimes by the colony of one's death, or the colony of one's burial. Thus Ume was born in New Kanazawa, 9 years, on a New Kanazawa calendar, after its creation, and died in the year 504 of either the calendar of the planet she died on, or 504 on a New Kyoto calendar. Chapter 15. We once again have reached a period in which my general sense of chronology is a bit fuzzy in memory. I can, however, start this segment with the incident which began it, so the reader may be assured that this first incident at least is chronological. It was an almost mind-numbingly normal night in the glass hub. Persons drinking and being merry, men propositioning the working girls, with one or two engaging in carnal activities openly at the bar, Max occasionally playing the upstairs piano, which he was rapidly becoming an attraction for, Camille at the door when not with a client, and so on. Kyle remembers that on this evening he was thinking of looking for a way to contact Abdul from Lebanon, as the glass hub was struggling to supply wine, which it seemed was the only beverage which Milosevic and Nohale had difficulty in fencing. The one slightly unusual thing was that on this night Yoshi Arasaka was present, and at the time the trouble began, very busy in a corner booth with a red-headed working girl. The trouble began at roughly the midpoint in the evening. One bartender had stepped away for a break, and Kyle had offered to cover for her, mostly so that he could gain a bit of intel from a mysterious dark-haired woman who sat at the bar. No one had ever seen her, and she didn't appear to be attached to anyone inside. She wore a white dress and expensive black sunglasses, a sort of unspoken code in places like the glass hub that one is present for business, not pleasure, and is only to be approached by a certain crowd. "Evening, madam," Kyle said to the woman flirtatiously. "I don't believe I've seen you in here before." "That's because I've never been here," the woman said, speaking English confidently and accurately despite her heavy Russian accent. "What brings you here?" Kyle asked, slipping into Russian. This began creating the first cracks in the ice as the woman looked slightly impressed for a moment. "I came to look for a man," the Russian woman explained. "Well, if you're looking for one who'll get you a drink, you found him," Kyle said casually. "So what'll it be? Do you have any good rum?" the woman asked. "We do," Kyle said, then leaning close and switching to a conspiratorial tone continued. "I have a bottle of Saint Marguerite on ice, fresh from New Paris. Never been opened." This was a test on Kyle's part, of course. The bottle of Saint Marguerite was likely the most expensive and exclusive thing on offer that day, and the woman's reaction to being offered it was an indication of both her means and likely her standing in society if she had such expensive taste. "I'll take it," the woman said easily, "and a pack of matches." "Coming up," Kyle said, then knelt to one of the little freezers which ran on the underside of the bar, finding his way to the Saint Marguerite and then pouring it up as if he knew what he was doing. His drink pouring finished, Kyle grabbed a small pack of matches and handed them over, then pretended to be wiping out glasses as he watched the woman light a cigar and begin sipping her rum. "So," Kyle said, resuming conversation, "this man you came to see, Any particular man? Or will any man do? This flirtatious line of questioning usually worked, in Kyle's experience. I'm looking more for a category of man, the woman explained. One who can help me with a problem. At last, the point was being arrived at. I see, Kyle said interestedly. And what sort of a problem might that be, miss? What did you say your name was? I didn't, the woman said, then after a moment of Kyle staring with mild contempt at such a response added, Natalia Kuznetsova. Right? Kyle said briskly. Miss Kuznetsova, I think I know what you're getting at. If you'll state your business. But it was not to be. Before Kyle could finish, he paused, seeing both the bartender, a fellow Silesian named Helena, who had stepped away rushing in through the airlock door alongside Hoffnitz. Kyle looked on as Helena began hurriedly typing in the code to seal the airlock, and Hoffnitz bolting to the nearest Medusa, who happened to be Max, and then the pair rushing to Kyle, who turned to them, leaving Miss Kuznetsova hanging mid-sentence. We're under attack, were the first words out of Hoffnitz's mouth. By what? Kyle asked, immediately switching to mission mode. Spiders in armor, Hoffnitz said, and other insects. A herd. Holy shit, Kyle said. Okay, Demeter. Gather all of the unit who's in here. Heracles, try and raise the eagle's claw. I'm initiating active threat protocol starting now. Aye, aye, sir, Max and Hoffnitz said, moving away. Kyle, in keeping with active threat protocol, checked his sidearms, first his plasma pistol, then his 357 Magnum. Both were loaded, of course, as Kyle knew, but protocol is protocol, and with it done, he moved quickly to the next stage, stepping back behind the bar. Barman? Can I have a ginger? And one of the patrons began. Maybe later, Kyle said tersely, kneeling under the bar and opening a long, black box which contained one of the usual bazooka-style sonic guns. This he opened, pulling out a gun. Hey, the door's locked, a patron shouted from the front door, no doubt hoping to be heard by a staff member. Kyle slung the weapon over his back and stood, being greeted immediately by Hoffnitz and Max, now joined by Camille, Joshi, Kovac, and Surabaya, the only other Medusas present in the glass hub. Kyle flipped open his wrist computer and navigated to the glass hub's utility controls, switching off the music, then nodded to Camille, who rushed up the stairs to make an announcement on the stage microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Camille announced, there is an active threat. We are under lockdown, but there's no need to panic, if everyone would please. Of course, the words "there's no need to panic" had the exact effect that those words always have, complete panic. Patrons rushed the glass hub's door and windows. A few enhanced soldiers began smashing the inner airlock door. Fuck this, Max spat. Before anyone could guess his intent, Max had unholstered his backup sidearm, a Fernandez P9A motherfucker, and climbed atop the bar, then fired 4 shots into the ceiling, which not even a gun so powerful as the P9A could quite penetrate. The shots had the desired effect, as silence momentarily fell. Did you not fucking hear? Max shouted. We are under an active threat. Those of you useful in a battle may calmly and quickly move to the bins of checked weapons near the front door, grab a gun, and be ready to follow orders. And the rest of you who aren't useful in this situation, Kyle continued, enjoying the moment, are very welcome to get on the ground, crawl under a table, shut the fucking hell up, and let the adults handle the situation. The commands had their desired effect. The soldiers, both in and out of uniform, hurried to the bins near the door where all entering were required to leave their weapons, and the rest began crawling under tables. Yoshi Arasaka exited the booth he'd been in, stumbling back into his pants on the way towards Kyle and company. Nice going, kid, Kyle said as Max climbed back down from the bar. Thanks, Dad. You weren't bad either, Max grinned. Yoshi reached them in that moment. Yoshi? Where's Harune? Is he safe, Max? I raised the house on comms. They haven't seen anything yet. They're on the way. Yoshi? Shit. All right, let me get a gun. Almost instantly after this, absolute silence fell as suddenly the enemy became apparent. On all the landscape outside, seemingly covering it, was an ocean of huge, glowing red insect eyes slowly approaching the glass hub in an unnervingly slow, unmistakably calculating march. Kyle? Perseus? Turabaya? Yes, sir? Kyle? Kill the lights. Now. Then ditch your computer and get behind me. Turabaya? Yes, sir. Quick as a flash, Turabaya had accessed the glass hub's controls and switched off all lights inside, allowing a fairly full look at the sea of red eyes outside. Kovac began looking up, her face falling as she did so. Kovac, Daedalus. Why is there no starlight coming into the roof? Oh fuck, Kyle groaned, looking up and seeing that she was correct. Kyle snapped into command mode and turned, tapping Surabaya, Max, Kovac, and Yoshi on the shoulder, then gave them the wait hand signal, then stepped away from them and tapped 5 soldiers who had lined up, weapons in hand. These soldiers were all young German men, part of a squadron who dropped in at the glass hub fairly regularly, all wearing the simple, undecorated black uniforms with gray piping worn by Nachtwaffen enlisted men rather than officers. As tended to happen, these young men somewhat worshipped both Kyle and Jack from the stories they'd heard, and so fell in line immediately. Kyle did one last, very fast 360 sweep, then with hand gestures, ordered the others to follow him. Pericles, you're in charge until I get back, was Kyle's final instruction. Max gave a quick understanding nod, then began a perimeter sweep of the lower floor. Quickly but silently, Kyle moved too and started up the stairs, their guns raised. Near the top, just close enough to be able to get a look out the roof, Kyle held up his left fist, the universal sign to stop, and then he looked around. The one good thing he saw was that the upper floor had been cleared of human bodies in the earlier pandemonium. The rest of what he saw had a definite heart-sinking effect. The glass dome covering the upper half of the glass hub was covered in the beastly insects in their thick, obviously man-made armor, to the point that all but one panel was covered. Slowly, Kyle stepped up to the floor, looking for a position to start shooting when a position was chosen for him. In a flash of red and gray, a massive locust beast came crashing through the single exposed panel straight into the piano, crushing it to smithereens. Engage! Kyle bellowed, raising his sonic gun and firing at the grasshopper as it flew towards him. Kyle never missed, and a useful side effect of the sonic gun was that its large blast radius went straight through the grasshopper and around it, blowing a hole in another portion of the dome which killed a few more insects. At Kyle's order, the soldiers in his group charged up the stairs, rallying around him, blasting their weapons. The weapons themselves were successful enough, they were all of the kind designed to break through even a force field. The problem was far too many bugs. A horde gushed in through both of the holes opened. One particularly large spider began digging in through one hole rather slowly, which provided enough of a lull for Kyle to rush to the stage's microphone. All units, prepare to engage, Kyle shouted into the microphone. Kyle looked up to see that the others were having little success in shooting through the mammoth spider, and they were shouting about getting low on shots. For an instant, Kyle closed his eyes and concentrated with all might, and when he opened them, the desired effect had been achieved. All the spider's limbs had been ripped from its body. Fall back! Fall back! Kyle shouted, bolting back towards the stairs, then as he reached the bottom, gave that order all soldiers dream of hearing until circumstances are dire enough to make it necessary. Fire at will! Use any capabilities, Yoshi added. It wasn't his place to give orders like this, but this was hardly the time to pull rank, and it turned out it was the best order to give. For the first time since before she'd left training, Kyle saw Cheng's electrokinesis ability come to the surface that night. Even in Lebanon, they hadn't activated. They certainly did here, when Kyle witnessed Cheng stare very intently at one large spider, and saw it stand still and seize. Then electric bolts shot out of its body, which partially exploded, the electricity spreading to a crowd of at least 15 other insects, all touching each other, who were fried in the same manner. A soldier, whom Kyle never even identified, unleashed a pyrokinetic blast at one unit of bugs approaching a broken window, and Kyle, for his part, used his telekinesis to a degree he never had before, creating pulses which cut directly through insects, rather than simply blowing them away. Had this been a purely shooting war, it could have never worked. Eventually, the tide began to turn, and quite suddenly, when a light appeared in the sky and at least 4 streams of shots came raining down from the sky, further thinning the horde. Hold on. We're coming, Jack's telepathic voice said into Kyle's brain. The shots which rained down were coming from Prometheus's shuttle. Tell Harune to jump in 2 more, Kyle said back telepathically, as an aggressive spider leapt at him, which he killed in midair with a punch. Having run out of shots several minutes earlier and not having his sword in the bar, he'd been forced to switch to only hand-to-hand combat or telekinesis. Within seconds, Harune had himself jumped into the glass hub along with 2 others who turned to be Jack and Buchner. Harune and Yoshi gave each other quick nods. This was no time for affection, and so the battle continued. I confess that the specifics of the battle are difficult to remember, beat by beat. However, it was a true show of what the Medusas were capable of. Kyle with his raw strength telekinesis, Jack with his berserker capability, as he calls it, Chang with her electrokinesis, Max with his ability to enter minds, which he used to enter into swarms and confuse them into walking into harm's way, Surabaya with his swordplay, Haruna with his ability to jump behind an opponent and cut them down, David with his skills as a tactical fighter pilot, Kovac with her fondness for fire, Joshi's skills similar to Max's, Hoffnitz with her pressure point focused fighting style, Buchner with her gunplay, and Franz and Klein's skills as sniper and spotter, which they used from a drop point behind the front line. The other soldiers present at the glass hub helped, of course, but the Medusas carried the battle. An unenhanced army would have been unable to fight this battle. The Medusas ended the assault on the glass hub in hours. When at last the last insect had been killed, Kyle and a few others began to survey the damage. It was shockingly minimal, considering the circumstances. The dome on the roof would most likely have to be replaced, as would likely a quarter of the outer wall of the downstairs. The most severe issue was the sheer amount of bullet holes all around, the destroyed upright grand, and the destruction of much of the alcoholic stock. In all, 10 persons died. 6 men, 4 women. That greasy Serb won't like restocking all this, Kovac murmured. Nor will our overlords enjoy paying it, Jack said, then a mischievous grin spread over his face, and he shouted, Pay! Free drinks for everyone! No limits, make your own. Only rule is the injured take priority. You snaky old bastard, Camille chuckled. Never be predictable, Jack said, grinning even wider as the promise of free drinks began finally inducing all to begin crawling out from under the furniture. By now, the sun was creeping up in the Martian sky. As the commotion began, both with the scramble for drinks and to tend to injuries, Kyle split apart from the others. As Kyle wandered, Max caught his eye and nodded him over to where he stood, next to a side booth. In the booth sat a German officer of the military intelligence variety, judging by the red piping on his uniform. The officer, a classical blonde Aryan with ice blue eyes, had a rather nasty cut on one hand, which Max was rather ineffectually, but tenderly tending to. At Max's nod, Kyle went to him and the officer. Kyle never knew this officer's name, however, from other memories I can say that his name was Jürgen Mahler, deceased less than a year ago at time of writing. Tell me what you told him, if you would, sir, Max instructed. The officer nodded. There was an oddity, the officer explained. No one could call for help. We should have been rescued, or at least had some part of the cavalry get here, before it ever reached this point. Can you call for help now? Kyle asked, his eyes wandering suspiciously around the bar. As Kyle looked, he once again saw Miss Natalia Kuznetsova step behind the bar and grab the bottle of St. Marguerite rum, which had somehow survived the battle. Kyle tapped Max and pointed with his mind engaged to watch, then telepathically pinged Jack as well, instructing Jack on where to look. Assuming Jack listened, there were 3 witnesses as Miss Kuznetsova pulled up one sleeve, revealing a small wrist computer, which she flipped open and tapped out a few keystrokes, then closed the computer again. Sir, Kyle said, addressing the officer, call it a hunch on my part. Try calling for help again. The officer shrugged, then pulled a tiny handheld glass pad from the inside pocket of his jacket, switched it on, then flipped through several screens, his eyes widening on the last one he reached. Well, I'll be fucked, the officer exclaimed. The signal is back. Finish his hand up, Kyle said to Max. We have work to do. Hastily, but with as much care as possible, Max finished the officer's hand. The officer, with his good hand, began calling in a rescue team, and Kyle sat in a chair, one eye fixed on Miss Kuznetsova, the other on Max and the officer. As he watched, Kuznetsova simply sipped her rum. When Max had finished, Kyle stood and pulled him aside. I want to interrogate her, Kyle said. Get a few ready. I think she did this. Yes, sir, Max said, and walked away to get a few others. Kyle sent up a telepathic signal to the others that there would soon be a prisoner in the storeroom in a few minutes who would be transported out once the medic ships had come. As Kyle walked to arrest Kuznetsova, Jack's voice came over the intercom. You owe us, Jack said, somewhat ominously. You all owe us. Money and work contracts. That is all. Kyle rounded the bar, coming up silently behind Kuznetsova, catching her petite body in a bear hug with one arm, clutching his sidearm in the other, pressed up against Kuznetsova's kidney. Don't fucking scream, Kyle breathed into Kuznetsova's ear. Do you deny that you caused this? You're getting bug shit on my new dress, Kuznetsova said, sounding not remotely afraid. That's the least of your problems, Kyle hissed, turning Kuznetsova towards the door of the storeroom in the center of the bar. Quite suddenly, Kyle punched Kuznetsova in the temple, just hard enough to knock her unconscious, then caught her as she fell, and at last carried her into the room in the center of the bar. In here, he found one of the canvas bags which the bar's favorite brand of schnapps was shipped in, which he cut a narrow slit in. Another canvas bag Kyle cut a piece from and shoved into Kuznetsov's mouth as a gag, then took the bag with the slit, pulled it over her head, and tied it. Someone bring a rope, Kyle instructed the Medusas all at once, transmitting his location along with the order. It was Klein who first showed up, bringing a rope with him, which Kyle cut into, using a piece to tie Kuznetsov's hands behind her back, then tied her arms onto her body with the other piece. By now, she was beginning to come awake. Her mind kept repeating one simple phrase: "What is going on?" Harune, who by now had arrived at the little closet, gave Miss Kuznetsova her answer. "You're going to be shot for your crimes, you stupid bitch." Harune spat. Kyle smiled ever so slightly. By this point, most of the Medusas had arrived. "All right," Jack ordered. "Everyone to the shuttle. The med ships are arriving. Apollo, take us to the forest." And so it went. The Medusas, their silenced prisoner in hand, loaded into the shuttle and flew in silence to the absolute unspoiled wilderness of the deep green belt. David found a clearing and landed, and at last the prisoner was offloaded and marched into the woods a ways. With a nod from her superiors, Kovac ripped off Kuznetsova's hood and removed the gag. "Get on your fucking knees!" Kovac bellowed, hitting Kuznetsova in the back of the knee with the butt of her rifle. Kuznetsova fell face first into the dirt, and so Klein stepped forward, grabbing her roughly by the hair and lifting her back to her knees. "You have exceeded my expectations," Kuznetsova said, spitting out a leaf and trying valiantly to hide the tears of pain forming in her eyes. "Oh?" Max said, making rather a show of putting the suppressor on his motherfucker pistol. "And what expectations are those?" "I was sent to see what a unit called the Medusas could do," Kuznetsova explained. "And so I came. I have a lot of bugs at my disposal." "Who sent you?" Jack asked, getting in Kuznetsova's face. "Algorov dialectic," Kuznetsova said almost too eagerly. Kyle approached, lifting Kuznetsova back to her feet and carrying her, standing her up against a tree. Now seeing what was to come, the icy Kuznetsova began to show fear. "If Algorov dialectic wish to hire us," Kyle said, his voice dripping ice, "they may call or give us a location to visit for consultation. Miss Kuznetsova, I hope you have good employee privileges." "No, wait!" Kuznetsova begged as Kyle backed away, joining the other Medusas in the informal firing squad which had lined up. "Aim low. Make it fucking hurt," Jack spat, and began the chorus of shots which saw Kuznetsova ripped to pieces and left lying in the dirt to be picked apart by animals. "That felt good," Buchner commented as the Medusas loaded onto the shuttle once again, "but what about consequences?" "There's an expression my father is fond of," Jack said, ever the philosopher. "Never make an enemy by accident. If they're not reasonable going forward, then Algorov dialectic has just made an enemy by fucking accident. Whether this would prove true may be judged by the reader when the time comes. However, it cannot be doubted that this incident, and Jack's words in the glass hub, began a turning of the tide for the luck of the Medusas. But that is a story for another day. Author's note. A beginning of a new period, I dare say. Hold on to your hats, readers. Chapter 16. A few hours after the incident at the glass hub, when most everyone had left and the Medusas and working girls were attempting to estimate the damage costs, an order came in from Emmerman: return to Camp Hero for the time being. For once, such an order didn't seem to be coming down out of anything other than a need to investigate a situation, and Emmerman even praised the Medusas for their actions, assuring them that the ladies of the glass hub would be taken care of, and that any possible work contracts would be caught and passed along. "Nice going, men," Emmerman finished. "Sieg Heil, over and out." "Sieg Heil, over and out," Jack, the holder of whatever device Emmerman had dialed, repeated. "At least someone is in a good mood," Surabaya quipped. "Don't get used to it," Kyle advised. "Right," Max said, then glancing at his watch added, "We'd probably best haul ass if we want to get back before lights out." "No rest for the wicked," someone added, and so as usual the Medusas made their excuses and left Emmerman's assurances, flew to the Eagle's Claw, packed their bags, and at last flew to Camp Hero, most still rather coated in the remains of insects, to the point that Kyle forbade all except David from sitting down or touching any surfaces whatever. "Thank you, Captain," Prometheus said at this order, with a mix of gratefulness and disdain. The arrival went without a hitch. Kyle had likely never before been so grateful for a shower, however communal it may be. And for the next few days, which turned into weeks, which turned into nearly a month, not very much interesting happened. Emmerman sent updates frequently on the repairs being done to the glass hub, as did Camille, and both stated that work contracts were being sifted through, as this situation meant that spider hunts were no longer to be considered acceptable. This isn't to say that there weren't any missions in this era, as always, there were, several times a week, with each Medusa being called away separately for whatever missions the ever-churning machine of Project Phoenix saw fit. As always, they were never allowed to discuss these missions, even with each other. For Kyle, these missions took, in large degree, the same shape they'd always done. Missions escorting groups of Project Phoenix children on brief but often heated ops, generally off-world. One such mission, which is mildly worth mentioning, was one which Kyle went on accompanied by Buchner to a planet which resembled Titan, though it couldn't have been, as there was no Saturn in the sky. Here, using plasma weaponry, Kyle, Buchner, and a few other soldiers, using plasma-based weaponry, protected an archaeological team from plasma-based lifeforms which looked like humanoid-shaped masses of black light. If the archaeologists were to be believed, these entities' ancestors had built whatever artifacts were retrieved from the site. Kyle would have liked to see these artifacts, but as usual, soldiers weren't allowed. Another mission of note which happened in this period was one which Kyle went on with another soldier, not a Medusa, into what a look-around revealed to be New York City in the very distant future. The Statue of Liberty had been replaced by a massive tower with an enormous blinking eye mounted atop. Kyle asked a passing woman the significance of this tower. "Not from around here, are you?" the woman asked, her eyes roaming up and down Kyle's height. "That's the Undertaker." With a few further questions, the woman explained that the Undertaker was the remnant of some very brief but very brutal regime which had fallen a few decades before Kyle's visit. The Undertaker had been named such because, underneath the tower it sat on, there had been a prison complex, and the statue had blown a foghorn every time a prisoner was executed. The purpose of this mission was so mundane as to be forgotten, but the iconography made quite the impression on Kyle. Another mission happened after this which Kyle wasn't a part of, and ultimately would never learn the nature of. It was one of Haruna's operations, which he returned from visibly shaken. "I couldn't save her," Haruna kept muttering to himself when he thought no one was listening. Kyle heard a rumor a few days later that on the next two missions Haruna had done, his attention to detail had slipped. "You can't save everyone," Kyle had said in a note placed on Haruna as he slept. A real, lasting change for the Medusas came a few days past the above. Everyone was lying around their houses, as they usually did, when their glass pads all buzzed. David picked his up first and began reading the incoming message. "Mein Gott," David marveled, getting to his feet. "They're sending us back." "Back to Mars?" Surabaya asked, not looking up from whatever he was sketching. Several others began reaching for their glass pads as well. "No," Klein said. "Back to Fort Worden. Looks like I get my old apartment back. Looks like the boys and I do too," Kyle said, noting the address with a touch of bewilderment, though he was already looking forward to returning to that place where he'd spent so many happy days. "Prometheus will be happy," Kyle said at last. "She hates the beach here. Says the sand hurts her feet. Guess we'd best pack up." And so they did. For some reason, no matter how many times it happened, Kyle always felt odd leaving a home behind, but such is life, and anyway, this house wasn't terribly pleasant. Fort Worden's permanent sunshine greeted the Medusas like a blast of fresh air. Prometheus emerged, as it turned out, through an opening in the massive gate which rose from the ocean, rather than from the usual permanent gate between Fort Worden and Camp Hero. Thus, the view afforded upon arrival was the exact same Kyle had been greeted with when he'd arrived in Prometheus at Fort Worden the first time. The whole thing was very nostalgic. "Does it feel good to be home?" Kyle asked Prometheus on the beach which she'd called home for so long after Kyle had acquired her. "Yes, Captain," Prometheus said. "I believe it does." "I think so too," Kyle said, imagining that this must be a sign that the past few years of bug hunts and displays of strength had finally paid off. The reader may note that I've only told the course of a few missions from this period, and that's precisely for this reason. They were so repetitive and dull. As David landed Prometheus, a group of children who happened to be passing gathered and crowded with delight around the landing gear. Prometheus closed up, of course, but at the sight of the children, she transmitted a psionic pulse that might be called a smile, which Kyle reflected, reaching out and mussing the hair of one excited boy. Registration office, Jack instructed. Everyone shrugged and followed him on the path most had walked thousands of times, from the beach to Battery Kinsey. Here they received the keys to their apartments and new base passes much the same as the ones they'd had years earlier. All right, Surabaya said upon leaving Battery Kinsey. I'm going to go check on my life's work. See how much they've fucked it up. I'll follow you, Buckner said with a dry chuckle. What is this place? Klein asked, earning a laugh from the others who knew the base. I'll give you a tour. Chang volunteered. Was it his imagination, or did Kyle see a hint of flirtation in her tone? I'll take it, Klein said. No mistake, Klein and Chang were flirting and looking to be alone. Vaya con Dios, Kyle said to the pair with a wink, and off they set. I'm going to the apartment, Max said. I'm tired. I'm coming with you, Kyle said, glancing around and seeing that Harune had already run off. Kyle and Max thus set off, walking another path they'd walked so often. The road they lived on had been given a name, Bielefeld Road, and their apartment had the address of 140214. Otherwise, the apartment looked much the same as it always had. Kyle walked to his old bedroom. The same cheap sheets and comforters sat on the bed, and the same alarm clock built into the wall, unable to be set by the victims. Still, Kyle was very glad to not live in a barracks room full of naked men, at least not permanently. Some shit never changes, Kyle chuckled, setting his bag on the bed and beginning to unpack. Kyle unpacked, re-examined the room to refresh his familiarity, then returned to the living room, which had the same large television set and the same green couch. Kyle found Max searching behind the television cabinet. If you're looking for your old girly magazines, Kyle said, don't bother. Mine are long gone too. How fucking dare you? Max facetiously exploded, rising to his feet. That stash is somewhere much safer. Oh, Kyle said, grinning. I wasn't sure you even had one. Good to know. Fuck you, Max hissed, earning an evil laugh from Kyle. What the fuck are you doing back there anyway? Kyle asked. Plugging everything in, Max said sheepishly. If I can find it, let's watch Sangokushi. I'd like that, Kyle said with a smile. Is there anything in the kitchen? No, Max sighed. I found a paper with our ingredient delivery schedule. Some shit never changes. Max was right, as it turned out. A short while later, the tram bearing ingredients arrived. Kyle noticed that the proportions had increased considerably in the intervening years, which was something at the least. And so Kyle and Max unpacked, and for a bit, all was sedate while they chatted about this and that, watching nothing meaningful for once on the television. It was some much-needed father and son time that they hadn't had in months, and it continued more. Soon Harune returned, not willing to say where he'd been, and as usual, Kyle respected his son's privacy. For a few days, this was how the resettlement at Fort Worden went. Surabaya, ever the enterprising smuggler, managed to acquire a bootleg tape Sangokushi, the boys' favorite anime when they were children. It held up. In this tranquil period, Kyle visited the Ross very often, usually multiple times a day. Jason had grown into a handsome young man, augmented and as intelligent as anyone around him, successfully having gotten rid of his Honduran accent and having definitely taken to heart Kyle's lessons on the fairer sex, though now Fort Worden had an official brothel. In the large white building a couple of blocks from Kyle's apartment, such advice was perhaps not terribly necessary. Tell me, Jason, Kyle asked during one of his visits, whilst he and Jason sat on a log at the edge of the clearing they'd always talked in. Would you say you had a good childhood? Jason paused, a thoughtful look on his face. I think so, Jason at last said. Not ideal, but not half bad. Your father never touched you? Kyle asked, finally ceasing to withhold the question he'd had in mind for over a decade. With a hearty snorting laugh, Jason wordlessly reached into his pocket and pulled out an oversized straight razor, which he flicked open. Kyle grinned broadly at the sight. Enough said, Kyle laughed. How old are you? I'll be 19 in a few weeks, Jason said, then with a grin added, Can I come to your bar? I don't see why not, Kyle chuckled. I'll buy you a hooker. All right, now let's play ball. And so Kyle and Jason did, playing the same game of kickball they played for years. They hadn't much improved, but it was the thought that counted. Alas, Kyle's time spent with the Roths after the return to Fort Worden was not all positive. Ivan Roth, for his part, avoided Kyle altogether, in all likelihood not wanting to risk another broken pelvis, which Kyle would have issued at the slightest infraction on Roth's part. Sandra, however, was not so careful, nor did she seem to consider herself as at risk as her husband. Kyle had begun to suspect something might be up when he saw a change in Sandra's demeanor. She was actually pleasant to be around, and her eyes seemed slightly dilated, though they were naturally so dark that it was difficult to tell. And so at last, Kyle once followed her when she slipped out of the family bunker, clutching a blank white pill bottle, stepping behind a tree. Here, she shook a pill from the bottle, a tiny translucent round tablet, which Sandra swallowed. Kyle recognized the pill immediately, and stepped into Sandra's view. Is that what I think it is? Kyle demanded. Sandra. That depends what you think it is. Kyle. I think it's Apocrypha. Serb shit, I've seen it passed around at my bar. Are you fucking taking Apocrypha? Sandra. That's none of your fucking business, is it, Kyle? Kyle turned in disgust, then whirled back again, staring Sandra hard in the face. Kyle. So tell me, how old was Jason when you became addicted? You heard me. Answer me. How fucking old? Sandra. He's never been at risk. Kyle. Do you care about your son at all? Wordlessly, Sandra slapped Kyle in the face, then shoved him roughly aside. She was more enhanced than she looked, then stormed back to the bunker. If Roth hadn't been a concern factor, Kyle would have gone straight to first Jason, then to Sandra's superiors. And such life continued for the Medusas in their return to Fort Worden. No work contracts came in, but with Emmerman covering Martian expenses and food being delivered at Fort Worden regardless of contract status, such things seemed less important for the time being, and now there was money to waste. Kyle naturally spent his money at the brothel, as did Max. Haruna was, as ever, an enigma as far as how he amused himself. Joshi bought all sorts of new musical equipment. Cheng and Klein never admitted it, but it was clear they spent most of their money on each other. Hofnitz and Buchner hoarded, as did David. Franz somehow purchased several state-of-the-art gun scopes, and as ever, Tsurabaya found all sorts of gifts for the group, though it's unlikely he spent a single unit of official currency. Life was happy for over a week, but alas, as every soldier knows, peace never lasts. The little interlude of peace came to an end, as they usually do, with a message sent to glass pads. In this case, all the Medusas for once received an equal briefing, which indicated they were to be but a single unit on a rather large operation, which included only 2 units from Project Phoenix. The other was headed by Anthony Muehlbauer, the last of the Muehlbauer clan in Project Phoenix, on his ship the Calypso, which none of the Medusas had known even existed, but in any event, Prometheus and the Calypso would be only 2 ships and units out of dozens on a joint German, Japanese, and American operation on Mars out of Fort McCord. Land of the fucking enemy, Kyle murmured upon reading the location, thinking back to the horror stories he'd heard of the Black Crows who had operated out of Fort McCord. Times change, father, Harune reminded. Kyle nodded as if he agreed with the very principle he taught his son. As per usual, the Medusas packed their bags, weapons, etc. the night before the operation, and in morning headed for Prometheus. On the beach, where a number of ships were parked, they found no other teams leaving Fort Worden. The Calypso must be parked at one of Project Phoenix's other bases. The Medusas, in addition to specific navigation coordinates, had received specific passes for Fort McCord, these embossed with a holographic inlay of a red pyramid which turned black when held up to the light. At least they spent money on the passes, Buchner quipped dryly. Americans spend money on everything except human happiness, was Tsurubaya's contribution, to giggles and nods all round. David pulled Prometheus into the vicinity of the coordinates almost instantly, as usual for a place as nearby as Mars. Coordinates were in an entirely desert province, with few mountains but a great many craters, or so it appeared. Prometheus emerged out of subspace at almost the same moment as the other ships containing the dozens of units chosen for this operation. Some of the ships were quite oddly shaped and clearly not of human origin. As the ships arrived, one of the craters vanished, or rather the holographic image of an empty crater which was projected onto the surface vanished, revealing that the floor of the crater was an enormous uber-concrete landing pad, and structures had been built all up and down the crater's sides. Kyle made a mental note to see someone about this holographic disguise system, with the purpose of looking into acquiring one for the Eagle's Claw. Prometheus, and presumably all the ships who had arrived, were hailed with the same message all at once. Ladies and gents, please land your ships in a calm and orderly fashion, open your doors, and prepare for inspection, then follow the security officer's instructions to proceed. Welcome to Fort McCord. The announcement was made to the ships only once, and in American English only, no matter what language those on the ships may have as their mother tongue. But this didn't seem to be an issue, as all the ships began following the necessary procedures, lowering to the landing pad, even doing so in a calm and orderly fashion. Kyle then, as usual, had to order Prometheus to open her doors, which she wouldn't do without orders. Very soon, Prometheus was boarded by young soldiers in smart suits, desert camo rather than plain black, their silver plasma rifles embossed with flags, American naval insignia, and at last their call signs, which weren't quite as dignified as the mythological call signs used by German units. Kyle noted one of the soldiers had the call sign Porky. In spite of their less dignified call signs, the Americans were quite friendly and efficient, and cleared the Medusas through security quite fast, and likewise cleared the weapons on board, which the Americans clearly all understood the entire diverse selection of. Of course, Buchner had already inspected the weapons beforehand, but rules are rules. Right then, the leader of the little unit of inspectors who'd boarded Prometheus instructed, head down to the pad, join everyone else as they come, and be ready to follow orders. The Medusas offloaded, finding that the landing pad was slowly but very surely being filled with the hundreds to thousands of soldiers who made up the various units called in for the op. Kyle wandered a bit, trying to gain any information on the situation. The languages of the various units were mostly American English, various dialects of German and Japanese, with a few other European languages here and there, as the reader no doubt expects by now. Once again, as the reader no doubt expects, the American units stayed together, making inflammatory comments on behalf of the Germans and Japanese units they were forced to work with. No one at all seemed to know what the mission was. Kyle eventually regrouped with Haruna and Joshi, who had wandered some distance in order to make the same assessments he had. They walked eventually past Anthony Mielbauer's ship the Calypso, which looked like the standard Hainebu, or flying saucer-type craft, several hundred feet from one end to the other, bulletproof matte black on top and ivory white on the bottom, spotlessly clean and very sleek. She's a beauty, Harune said, running his hand up and down a landing gear strut. I hope I can get Anthony to give me a look inside before all this is over. In time, of course, another announcement went up over some sort of intercom. All units, regroup outside your ships and line up. Inspections have been completed. Prepare to march. You have 11 minutes to regroup. Stragglers will be court-martialed. This bit sure is serious, Joshi quipped, though like everyone else, he fell in line. It took nowhere near the allowed 11 minutes for all of the soldiers to regroup at the feet of their ships, guns in hand or adjusted over their backs, medals in place, caps straightened, etc. Most had been standing boredly for 8 minutes by the time the 11 minutes had ended. However, the delay gave Kyle time to do a visual survey and see that there must be about 2,000 soldiers present. Either the Americans were being ludicrously cautious, or the more likely option, the mission ahead was massive. If this was the case, it was a good sign that the Medusas had been called. After the 11 minutes had been reached, a whistle was blown, and all soldiers were ordered to turn to one side and march toward the monstrous hangar bay door in the side of the crater, where they'd be greeted with a musical retinue to welcome them to Fort McCord. Always time for music. The hangar bay was surely the largest Kyle had ever seen. Only the central portion, which the soldiers entered, was lit. A portion ahead and large parts right and left were dark. Just enough light remained that one could just make out that 3 each orchestras and choral groups had been set up. One right, one left, one forward, the orchestras on the hangar bay floor, the choral groups on risers. Everyone please turn to the right for the American retinue, the announcement intercom said, and all did, turning and seeing the right side of the hangar body light up, showing the American choral group and orchestra, whom Kyle noted weren't in uniform, merely dress clothes. Holy shit, an American in a unit lined up next to the Medusas hissed, "That's the goddamn Mormon tabernacle!" "Blasphemy, Private," hissed another American in the unit. Kyle smiled irreverently in support of the blasphemous soldier. The retinue was quite impressive. Each choral group and orchestra was allowed a single song, and as the reader no doubt expects by now, in addition to the initial American song, there was a German song and a Japanese song. The American song was Battle Hymn of the Republic, and the Japanese song was Hohei no Honryo. As I'm sure most of my readers are familiar with Battle Hymn of the Republic, and as I've already recounted Hohei no Honryo in the 8th chapter of Volume 2 of this book, I'll only be recounting the text of 3 German songs played in the retinue, which was the following. As they always must, the pleasant musical interlude ended. The soldiers were instructed to turn back in the direction of the hangar bay door and to look up above. As they turned, the portions of the hangar bay which held the various musical groups were once again darkened, and as far as I am able to recall, were never seen again. Positioned above the hangar bay door, easily 150 feet off the ground, was an enormous catwalk which was lined up and down by innumerable higher officers of the three participating off-world nations. Kyle saw among them, positioned more or less at the center, Emmerman and Hayo Takahashi, and an American he didn't recognize. Standing at Emmerman's side was another bearded German, whose face had a look Kyle couldn't immediately place, but soon did. This brown-haired, bearded admiral who glittered like a Christmas tree with medals was a Muehlbauer, or looked like one. In the Japanese block was, of course, Seira Arasaka. It was the American, a big, red-haired man, who stepped to the front to finally begin the briefing. "Greetings, my good soldiers," the American greeted. "I am Admiral Joseph McGonigal. I'm your commander on this operation, along with my colleagues here. How was your trip?" "Smooth sailing all around, sir," shouted someone on the ground. "Good, good," McGonigal said. "Now on with the briefing." With this, an enormous screen rolled out from the underside of the catwalk. This screen came to about halfway down the hangar bay door, and onto the screen, the proper briefing was at last projected. The mission, as Kyle had somehow known it must, had to do with the Orion Syndicate. The key human powers in the solar system, the Germans, Japanese, and Americans, had declared war. During the Black Terror, the Syndicate had enjoyed a modicum of protection by never declaring an allegiance. But now, in the interest of appearing to cooperate, the powers were beginning the task of removing the Syndicate from Mars, starting with the eradication of all cells in the southern hemisphere. The intel from the Medusas must have had a part in knowing where these cells were, as reports of any possible cells from the Glass Hub's patrons had always been passed along to Emmerman. Now all the years of what had seemed like barely more than gossip were at last paying off. "All right," McGonigal said once the video briefing had ended. "This is not a high-speed strike. Most of the time you'll be sitting on your asses and waiting for orders. Your units will be sent into battle when you're needed, and in the meantime you'll be learning to get along. Now you'll follow some of our greeting party to your barracks. I hope you'll all learn something from this exercise. Thank you for your service." "Have to hand it to the Americans," Max muttered behind Kyle. "What's that?" Cheng whispered back. "They at least make you feel wanted," Max said ruefully. "All right," a friendly young woman's voice said into a megaphone at their back, "at ease. Everyone come with me to your new quarters. Feel free to mingle as you walk." All, or at least most, at last relaxed, and turned to follow the young officer with the megaphone, out of the hangar bay through a set of double doors. They found themselves in a fairly sprawling, all-white hallway, which served as something of a thoroughfare for the whole of Fort McCord, or at least this level. On this level were the standard armories, map rooms, barber shops, locker rooms, comms centers, repair shops, higher-ups offices, canteens, etc. As they passed the map rooms, Kyle overheard one German remarking to his friend that this must be the place where they'd plotted the murder of his grandmother and her brothers. Other than this, Kyle didn't hear much on the tour. He was rather too busy staring at the young female Japanese officer walking in front of him. Presently, the column of soldiers, led by the cheerful young officer, reached an expanse in the thoroughfare through the base. On each side were more sets of double doors, each one marked as a hangar bay of some number or other. The officer leading explained that the hangars had been converted into barracks, and that each bunk bed had been marked with a set of numbers. The number of the bunk that each soldier had been assigned to was to be found on their tags. While mingling within the barracks was allowed, switching was most certainly not, and doing so was a serious offense. The orientation tour ended with the assurance that the weapons each unit had brought had been catalogued and moved to the armory after being taken away on the landing pad, to be redistributed when any unit was called. And so everyone went into the barracks, the men to the right, the women to the left. The barracks were rather as most everyone had no doubt feared, hangar bays with row upon row upon row of bunks, stacked 5 high with not much room to move between them. Given the size of the hangar, the reason for placing the bunks so closely together was a total mystery, but it was what it was, and it must be accepted. Kyle did so and set about finding his bunk and meeting his bunkmates. Kyle's bunkmates were good enough, it turned out. another German whose name has been lost but who was a violin player, and a gigantic American with black hair who was probably named Rogers, who talked in his sleep but made up for it with personality, are the only two of Kyle's four bunkmates who have been retained in memory. Hey, Kyle! A familiar voice shouted as Kyle climbed down from his bunk. Kyle turned, seeing Jordan Nimmer running up to him, his arms spread, and Kyle pushed over to greet his oldest friend. Been way too long, brother, Kyle said. How the fuck are you? I have a bunkmate from hell, otherwise all right, George said. The old man insisted I sleep with everyone else. He doesn't want to look favoritist or some such horse shit. But it's good. We're going to be working together. Gods, Kyle joked dryly. Do the punishments never fucking end? For the next few days, not much occurred, for the Medusas anyway. The units were called up either one by one or never more than a few at a time, via the red lights on their bunks which flashed at the necessary intervals, and of course not much was said about what went on. There were no OPSEC protocol in place. The members of the units were free to talk to each other as much as they wished for once. But old habits die hard, and for the Americans there was often a language barrier, as few spoke German or Japanese. The Germans and Japanese spoke English, of course, but again, old habits die hard, and the distrust of decades isn't ended in days. This isn't to say no fun was had. There most certainly was. Soldiers are soldiers, whatever their differences, and so smuggled alcohol and carnal goods were always available if you knew the right person, and the Medusas always did. And as always again, music and sex were in abundance. In a way, it was almost nostalgic for Kyle having to find closets to meet his ladies in, or simply have sex openly in the barracks, with a crowd forming to cheer them on. As often was the case, half the time with Kyle and the crowd doing the cheering. Kyle didn't tell his conquests he was synthetic. They didn't need to know, and it was refreshing to spend time with women who had no idea who or what he was. Excitement came over a Martian week into the Medusa's arrival at Fort McCord. This first incident of excitement occurred not as a part of the mission, but as a disappearance. The lights on a number of bunks began flashing. Kyle recognized one as belonging to one of the crew of the Calypso, and so assumed this unit must be one of the ones being called, then thought no more of it. A little while later, Kyle was sat in his bunk, tuning a harmonica belonging to one of the friends he'd made, when he saw Max, Joshi, Kovac, and Harune rushing to him. Kyle set the harmonica down and hopped from the bunk to greet them, seeing they looked quite concerned. Dad, Max said, Anthony's gone walkabout. No one can find him. Kyle, have they checked the shitter or the closets? Of course they have, Kovac snapped, and now Kyle paid attention. How long has he been missing? Kyle asked, switching to mission mode. No one knows, Joshi said. He didn't report for duty, and so a search has gone up. They're tossing his locker now. They've dragged his crew into a map room. Have they checked his bunk? Kyle asked, knowing that the bunk, not the locker, is where a soldier actually hides his secrets. No, Harune said with meaningful tone, and then quite suddenly vanished with Max and Joshi, jumping to some other location. What the fuck? Kyle began. Don't ask, Kovac said. Kyle knew full well where Harune and the others had gone, as he'd been about to order it himself. He'd have to have a talk with them about chain of command. Later. Right, Kyle said. Split up, let's get the others in on this. How well known is this? We're in a box, Kovac shrugged, looking unsure of herself for the first time since Kyle had known her. How contained can they keep it? Kyle nodded slowly. Intuitively, he thought this was all an overreaction. Anthony Muehlbauer must have slipped into an unlocked ship with some girl and would come back looking very silly soon enough. But no, this was much more serious, Kyle knew, and so he activated. Kyle went through the barracks fairly fast, finding the Medusas present. There weren't many at this time of day. Most had gone off to do other activities after it had become clear that they weren't being sent out that day. Kyle was still conducting his sweep when he saw a crowd of guards moving through the barracks, and more significant, Emmerman, Admiral McGonigal, and the German admiral who looked like a Muehlbauer walking with purpose towards the exit of the barracks, with Max among them, McGonigal occasionally glancing at him in a very perturbed way. Emmerman caught Kyle's gaze and nodded him over. What's all this about, sir? Kyle asked, addressing Emmerman. We want to know what your man found in the deserter's bed. McGonigal cut in. Please follow us. Kyle didn't much like the sound of this and so naturally stepped in line immediately, and not just because he was unable to disobey. If any trouble was happening, he hoped he could in some way draw fire off of Max. As Kyle walked with the party, he saw Joshi, but with a quick shake of his head, stopped Joshi from joining the party. Kyle, Emmerman, McGonigal, Max, and the mysterious presumed Mulebauer left the barracks, into the thoroughfare of Fort McCord, and down it to one of the map rooms. Inside it were the usual corkboards, desks, and holographic map table at the center. The authority figures rounded one side of the table, and instinctively, Kyle and Max stayed on the other. You can relax, Emmerman said. Even if Mac wanted to punish you, you're German citizens. Admiral McGonigal adopted a perturbed smile before he spoke. McGonigal, I'm aware you know Emmerman. I assume you know Mulebauer. The now confirmed Mulebauer shook hands with Kyle and Max in turn. His given name, it turned out, was Alf. Max, pleasure to meet you, sir. Kyle, just so. Are you related to the deserter, if I may ask? I'm father to him and his two siblings. We're not close. That was a hell of a way to put it, Kyle thought to himself, thinking of the tortures he'd known had been leveled at Mark, Anthony, and Isabel at Camp Hero before the revolution, now knowing that they had a father who could have protected them with a single phone call. McGonigal, Mr. Bronsley, you were seen rooting through the deserter's bed. Good initiative, though you should have allowed chain of command to conduct the search. What did you find? Max, absolutely fuck all. Or rather, nothing of any interest. A notebook, a flask, a lighter and cigarettes, and a few prophylactics. I'm not sure any of those things are strictly regulation items, but myself and every other man here has them. Alf, did you unroll the cigarettes? Did you open the lighter or the prophylactic packets? Max, I would have done, but you three caught up to me. Kyle admired the way Max spoke to these authority figures, honest and straightforward, but with just the slightest hint of accusation. Kyle, if I may ask, sirs, what is the point of all this? Emmerman. Daedalus, very soon we're going to be mobilizing a mass search force. We're making sure you two can be included. So, how well did you know the deserter? Kyle. Not well at all. His brother is a hero, and always will be in our minds. Is that a problem? Emmerman. No, I expect not. You may go. And that apparently was that. Kyle and Max left, leaving the three admirals alone in the map room. Well, that was fucking bizarre, Kyle said upon entering the thoroughfare once again. Max merely nodded, clearly thinking. Were Joshi and Harune seen? Kyle asked, switching purposely to telepathy. Max answered with an almost imperceptible nod of affirmation. The announcement went up not long later. All members of about 10 units were called to report to the armory immediately, for immediate suiting up and duty. No announcement was made as regards the actual cause, but by then it must have been universally known. As Kovac had said, they were in a box. In any event, the Medusas were one of the units called, alongside the Black Crows, and others who have been lost to memory. The armory of Fort McCord was much like the other armories Kyle had seen, though not particularly large, and indeed Sir Obaya made a few rather dirty remarks on the size of Fort McCord's armory compared to the armory at Fort Worden which he had built. The armor provided was the same as that which had been worn by the Black Crows, matte black, heavily streamlined power armor which was intelligent to some degree and fitted its own pieces together, and then tailored itself to the body slipping into it. Kyle, and no doubt every German and Japanese present, felt very dirty slipping into it, as though one was betraying one's own race, though it was a relief to see that the Black Crows were still distinguishable from the rest, as their armor sets had silver crow's feathers painted on back. Everyone also received a rail rifle, a rail pistol, and a plasma combat knife. As people were visually indistinguishable once in the armor, they called out to each other and regrouped using telepathy, which seemed to work well enough, and within 10 minutes of the call, the units were ready for action. George had apparently been sent in, and rallied with the Medusas. Anthony's escape route had been discovered, it turned out. Anthony had somehow gotten a hold of an energy weapon, and had burned a hole in a grate covering an old drainage tunnel in one of the outside craters, and according to his tracking implants had used this tunnel to flee to somewhere beneath Fort McCord. All units mobilized were to proceed with extreme caution, as the Antoids had a settlement in this cave system, likely guarded by spiders. Fucking useless, Harune commented. He's long gone by now. This is procedure, Hofnitz reminded, and they proceeded. Harune was entirely right, as he generally always was, even in his still somewhat stunted state. Anthony's implants were found in a bloody pile deep in one grotto, with neither Anthony nor a single Antoid anywhere in sight. The caverns were scoured for miles, well beyond treaty borders, not to mention all standards of safety. But nothing so much as a single hair could be found, and with all tracking data inaccessible, there wasn't much hope either. No, Anthony was gone, and with him the last of the Mulebauers in Project Phoenix. For his part, Kyle wished him well, in his way. He knew this would be a popular opinion to all but those who apparently mattered. In spite of this bump in the road, the special joint operation to remove the Orion Syndicate from all locations south of the equator of Mars was, all things considered, a smash success. Of the soldiers chosen, only 20 were killed in total, 7 American, 9 German, 4 Japanese. There were perhaps 24 Syndicate cells cleared out. The Medusas, plus Gorg, cleared out 7. I suppose it falls on me to describe this undertaking, in honor of the fallen. Time rather dragged for the Medusas in waiting for the missions to begin. It must have taken nearly 2 Martian weeks for the first call. Once the action had begun, however, there was nowhere near enough time between each strike. The first strike and most which followed blend together greatly in my mind. I can say that 6 of the 7 took place in rather nondescript locations. Underground cave systems occupied by the Syndicate. One resembled a laboratory, with massive beakers and the like on blue and orange crystal tabletops. In this one was a series of Martian native humans in portable stasis tubes. What became of them is unknown to me, as the units had strict orders to not touch or investigate any equipment found in these locations. The remaining 5 were what seemed to be barracks housing. It was clear that the Syndicate didn't consider Mars important, given the small sizes of most of their housing. An odd thing was that the Syndicate communication networks never saw the strikes coming, at least those which the Medusas partook in, which made Kyle wonder why. While Prometheus and no doubt the other ships had excellent stealth capabilities, surely an organization as massive and connected as the Orion Syndicate must be able to communicate that all of their bases were being assaulted? On one of the strikes which the Medusas carried out, Emmerman and McGonagall gave them a shocking task: capture the largest Draconian they could. In some of these cells, members of the Royal Draconia species could be found, and so finding the largest possible specimen in any given cell wasn't difficult. What was difficult was the capture. Emmerman provided the Medusas with a trank gun which he claimed would put an army to sleep. Either Emmerman had been exaggerating, or he'd greatly underestimated the strength of an angry Royal Draco. The Medusas took several injuries, which had to be fixed with robotic surgery, but they were successful after Jack and Jord climbed the back of the monster and knocked it unconscious. I should here note what species were present. As the reader has no doubt come to expect, the usual iguanoids were in abundance, as were greys, the latter of whom seemed to be subservient, as they were seen only roaming to and fro, carrying this and that. Kyle saw one collared and led on a leash by an iguanoid. Present also were a number of other reptilian species, including one which resembled tortoises and a subset of naga which looked like a scarlet king snake. A member of this last species killed a young American woman on another unit, which the Medusas were once sent in with, by coiling around her and squeezing her to paste in an instant, even through her armor. Also present were members of at least 2 Aroinite species, Rigelians, and, in much less frequency, a few Belacheses. It was hard to know what roles exactly the members of these species filled, as the orders were always to kill on sight. Once, Kyle got, quote, severely cut up by an obviously enhanced Rigelian female with a plasma knife. "Hello, you beauty," McGonagall said as the Draconian was unloaded from Prometheus. "Let's hear what you've got to say to me." There is one last of these strikes whose location was unique enough that I'll describe it. This attack, which occurred very near the end of the Special Joint Operation, and took 7 units, denoting the large size of the strike. The 7 units sent in were required, it turned out, not so much due to the numbers of Syndicate present. The numbers were not much larger than usual. No, it was due to the unique location, which was a mid-sized underground city, seemingly built by the Syndicate, or at least someone highly influenced by the Draco architectural style. All the buildings were pointed and highly geometric, and built entirely of a black glass-like stone which looked like obsidian, but must have been much stronger. Kyle didn't have time to analyze the interiors of these buildings, but one was unmistakably a cybernetics factory, like a smaller version of the one where Kyle had been built. In time, of course, the Medusas returned to Fort Worden, the joint operation concluding about 2 Martian months after it had begun. The finishing touches on the glass hub's repairs, which Emmerman was financing, were still being carried out. Among other things, he had already thought of the force field and holographic cover Kyle had decided planned to ask about. "Stay ready," Emmerman advised Kyle, Jack, and Max. "There will be others." Upon the return to Fort Worden, Kyle, Max, and Harune went back to their apartment. Here, Harune wordlessly pulled a piece of paper from inside his jacket and handed it over to Kyle. It was a song, and Kyle's eyes widened at the lyrics. "Did you write this one?" Kyle asked. "No," Harune said. "Anthony did. I found it in his bunk after he left." You kept it? Kyle asked, feeling slightly worried about the rules Haruni was breaking. They'd have confiscated it, Haruni shrugged. It felt wrong to let that happen. I had no idea, Max said. I washed my fucking hands. Good, Haruni said almost bitterly. You don't have the range for it anyway. I want to record it, Father. Me and Joshi. Slowly, Kyle nodded. It was perhaps best if Haruni and Joshi did so, and as fast as possible, rather than continuing to hide a song written by a man ruled traitor in absentia. It's a good piece, Kyle said. Get Joshi. I'll come with you to the recording studio. Haruni gathered Joshi and the instruments they'd be using, and thus they proceeded to record the song which they called Anthony's Last Gift, as it not only was Anthony's song, but it was written for his beloved ship and crew, with musical and vocal styles honoring both his German roots and American home. The song languished in obscurity within Project Phoenix, and likely all the breakaway. However, in our world, it's the following classic.
To sail on a dream on a crystal clear ocean, to ride on the crest of a wild raging storm, to work in the service of life and the living, in search of the answers to questions unknown, to be part of the movement, part of the growing, part of beginning to understand. Like Calypso, the places you've been to, the things that you've shown us, the stories you tell. Like Calypso, I sing to your spirit, the men who have served you so long and so well. I am, oh Lord, hey, like the dolphin who guides you, you bring us beside you, to light up the darkness and show us the way. For though we are strangers in your silent world, to live on the land we must learn from the sea. To be true as the tide, and free as a wind swell, joyful and loving in letting it be. Like Calypso, the places you've been to, things that you've shown us, the stories you tell. Like Calypso, I sing to your spirit, the men who have served you so long and so well. Like Calypso, the places you've been to, the things that you've shown us, the stories you tell. Like Calypso, I sing to your spirit, the men who have served you so long and so well. I am, I
I feel the need to next draw the reader's attention to another disappearance of someone within Kyle's circle, this one much closer than Anthony, whose loss was much more felt. I can't date this disappearance exactly, but I can say that it happened soon after Kyle took Jason to the newly renovated glass hub as a celebration of Jason's 19th birthday, which he'd missed but more than made up for with the celebration and promised hooker. News of the disappearance came one evening when Kyle and the boys were sat in their apartment when a message came in on their glass pads. Security breach. Remain in place. Should we worry? Max asked. Not until we're told to, Kyle shrugged. Being told to wasn't long to come for Kyle's household, unfortunately. Running footsteps pattered outside and then a frantic pounding on Kyle and family's door. Kyle flung open the door and was greeted with Sandra, wearing the unmistakable look of one who was concerned for another's well-being. It was the first time he'd seen her have such a look, and his heart sank to the floor, knowing what it must mean. It's Jason, Sandra exclaimed. You have to come help us look right now. Bring your little golden boy. Kyle couldn't imagine which of his sons Sandra considered as his little golden boy, and in any case, nothing could have prevented both Max and Harune from following Kyle as he ran after Sandra down the path through the base. None of them was so much as wearing shoes, much less work clothes, not that any was thinking of it at the time as they ran, a good ways along the fort to the ocean of bunkers, one of which they burst into. Inside this bunker was a situation room, with monitors lining most walls except one which held maps, and in the center a holographic projection table. A number of persons, including Roth and Jimmy, were crowded about the monitors, and some other soldiers Kyle didn't know had crowded around a 3D map already pulled up on the table. What's the situation? Kyle asked, approaching the table with his sons, nothing that the map was of somewhere deep within uninhabited Siberia. Who the fuck are you? The soldier at the head of the table demanded. He's cleared, Jimmy said, waving his hand without looking back over his shoulder. With a shrug, the soldier at the head of the table explained the situation. Just minutes ago, an alarm had been set off. The Fort Worden computer had detected an unauthorized gate dial to an unauthorized location. A check if the security camera had shown Jason leaving through the gate at the end of a gun. Behind the gun was Belinda Gillies, one of the two women whom Sandra had brought back to Camp Hero when she'd returned with Jason. While the gate dial location was known, neither Jason nor Belinda's implants could be raised, and the satellite imagery showed the area as nothing but frozen mountains, with only a few dirt roads and not so much as a gas station or hiker's lodge for tens of miles. This is cowboy bullshit, Jimmy muttered to himself, then taking a deep breath said, We go immediately. I'll go suit up. Kyle, Max, Haruna, you come with me. The Roths stay. You're both too close. I have spoken. Kyle, Max, and Harune followed Jimmy out of the situation room, Jimmy typing furiously on his wrist computer, no doubt summoning as many soldiers as possible, many of whom joined them on the path to the armory, which by now held not only weapons, but suits of armor and a space to suit up. Can you see him? Kyle asked Harun as they walked, knowing full well that if he could have, he'd have said, as would all others on base capable of nonlinear sight, and so Haruna's guilty headshake wasn't a surprise. The soldiers all geared up very fast. Kyle had to admire the way Jimmy threw himself into this situation that all deep down knew was, in some way or another, completely hopeless. Jimmy gave that order that all soldiers wish to hear, until they finally hear it. Every man for himself, fire at will, just come back alive. The coordinates of the gate were dialed, authorized this time, and the search column, led by Jimmy, proceeded through, rifles raised and ready for almost anything, or so they hoped. The search party emerged in a snowy valley as they'd known they must. The meeting of expectations ended there. Far from the desolate wilderness which had been seen on the mapping system, the mountains were lined with concrete and metal embattlements, which were full of silos, the tops lined with manned machine gun turrets. Most shocking, however, was that which filled the valley, dozens if not hundreds of gates of various colors and sizes, all free-floating and unframed. The rescue party had stumbled into some kind of gate control facility, and any hope they may have had of stealthily finding Jason was crushed in a matter of seconds. Practically instantly, shouts went up from around the battlements, and within seconds the turrets had operators. 50 caliber shells rained down on the rescue party practically as soon as they had arrived on the scene. Scatter! Fight back! Jimmy screamed, too late as both things had already begun. For a moment it seemed as though perhaps not all was lost. The 50 caliber shells, good as they were, weren't strong enough to pierce the armor worn by the search party, nor the personal force field shields they carried. But no matter how good one's armor is, there is always a weapon designed specifically to destroy it. The weapon which destroyed the German-made power armor came not from above but from ground level. From several of the gates around the field emerged soldiers, wearing power armor similar to the German-made armor worn by the rescue party, though slightly bulkier and dark green rather than black, with Russian Federation flag patches on the left side breastplates. These soldiers carried fat, stubby, grenade launcher-like rifles which fired 40 by 46 millimeter plasma projectiles. These melted the armor of the rescue party along with their bodies. "Rescue the dead," Jimmy shouted, or something to that effect. For his part, Kyle raised his rifle and immediately took out 5 of the Russian soldiers with a single headshot each, as was his signature. He was relieved to see that the plasma rifles carried by the Project Phoenix assets could at least pierce the armor of the Russians, giving them a slight fighting chance, or so it looked at first. Kyle saw Max once charge a Russian with his Arasaka sword and decapitate said Russian, then throw his head back through the gate to Fort Worden. Kyle supposed he must be thinking of interrogation, and so he did the same on several specimens. He saved several of the bodies of the Project Phoenix dead by hurling them through the portal as well. Within a few minutes, of course, it became clear that the mission was hopeless. It seemed that for every Russian that the Project Phoenix assets gunned or cut down, 3 more showed up. After a bit, they weren't any longer just coming from the few gates they'd used initially, but from under the ground, from the silo doors and the embattlements on the mountainsides, and from the helicopters which began appearing, dotting the sky like cacophonous black ants, soldiers dropping from each one. It was an utterly unwinnable battle just through numbers, though one-on-one the Project Phoenix assets beat a Russian every time. "Retreat, take the dead," Jimmy inevitably ordered, and so gathering up the dead and immobilized, all charged back through the gate, back to Fort Warden's gate room. A few brave Russians followed, but were gunned down very quickly inside the gate room, the gate closing decisively. "Lock that fucking location," Jimmy ordered the gate technician who sat in her usual space behind the monitor beside the gate, breaking the moment of silence. "All right," Jimmy said at last. "This isn't over. Medics, take out dead and put them on ice a few hours. The Ruskies are all your priority. I want those sons of bitches in virtual interrogation loops within the hour." "I know I'm not on the payroll, sir," Max said, "but I'd like to be on the interrogation team." "Of course," Jimmy said. "You heard the man." One soldier barked, "Move your asses." "I'll go tell Sandra." Kyle quietly volunteered to Jimmy, who promised in turn that he'd inform Roth. Kyle quickly pulled off his armor, which was on over his clothes anyway, and headed above ground into the Situation Room. Somehow Kyle knew that Sandra would still be there, pacing and likely popping a few apocrypha. He was right, and she was the only one present, the room having been emptied. "Did you bring my boy home to me?" Sandra demanded at Kyle's entry. "I'm afraid not," Kyle said solemnly. "How could you?" Sandra demanded. "I'm afraid no one we know will be seeing our boy for a long time. Maybe not ever," Kyle said. "How dare you? How fucking dare you come to see me without bringing him home?" Sandra demanded. "Oh gods, Jason, where are you?" Sandra then began to cry, with a despondent look on her face that told Kyle she was beginning to accept what had happened. But for his part, Kyle still had something to say. "You know," Kyle said angrily, stepping up to Sandra and pulling her hands from her face to force eye contact. "How fucking dare you?" is the question I'd be asking. If you hadn't brought him into this life, if you hadn't been such a selfish, stupid, drug-addled fucking bitch, none of us would be here right now. So fucking own it. In rage, Sandra's fist flew in the direction of Kyle's face, Kyle catching her by the wrist before she could land a blow, then squeezing Sandra's arm, just hard enough to cause considerable pain. "No," Kyle said. "You don't get to hurt anyone else today. You fucking heard what I said." With this, Kyle half shoved, half threw Sandra into a chair, which broke on impact. "Get out of my fucking sight!" Sandra hissed as she pulled herself to a half-seated position on the Situation Room's concrete floor. "Took the words right out of my mouth," Kyle said, turning and leaving. Kyle didn't let anyone see him cry, but he certainly did so for a moment once he'd reached deep enough into the woods. They weren't tears of sadness. Kyle didn't feel sad for someone who wasn't dead. No, these were tears and groans and roars of anger. Anger at himself, at both of the Roths, at Fort Warden's failed security, at the mysterious Russians who had taken Jason, etc. It's an anger he still has not entirely released. As it turned out, no one in Project Phoenix ever did hear from Jason again, or at least none had as recently as summer 2023. This is not to say that there are no remnants to be found of him. No, there remains a song, written by Ivan Roth, which made its way up the charts both on and off planet. Kyle only heard of it years later at a Camp Hero concert, and later inquiries have shown that the song is indeed about Jason. That song is the following.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Once I rose above the noise and confusion, just to get a glimpse beyond this illusion. I was soaring ever higher, but I flew too high. Though my eyes could see, I still was a blind man. Though my mind could think, I still was a madman. I hear the voices when I'm dreaming. I can hear them say, carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Masquerading as a man with a reason. My charade is the event of the season. And if I claim to be a wise man, it surely means that I don't know. On the stormy sea of moving emotion, tossed about I'm like a ship on the ocean. I set a course for winds of fortune, but I hear the voices say, carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. No!
Author's note. A fairly happy chapter for myself in the first part and rather gut-wrenching towards the end. If perhaps any of my readers are aware of Jason Roth's whereabouts, please let me know.